Anywho. Hey guys. How can you not click the notification? The Twitter one? I think I ended up clicking it. I'm never on Twitter though, so sometimes those notifications go for months. Add. Browser. Add existing. Okay. I think I'm all good to go. So we have nukes in the bot now. Let's go find a replay to watch. Phantom test. Actually, I wouldn't mind watching a game where the nuke lands similar to the time that the game ends. Because that means there's a good chance I might nuke my own army, and I want to make sure my army can handle that correctly. So let's check out one of these quick replays. Yeah, that first series wasn't so great versus Canyana because Canyana blew up. Game 2, it wasn't winning as the casters were saying, but it was certainly in the game. So it was sad that he died at that point. The other sad thing is that my Ghost Marauder build wasn't used, and I've already thrown out the Ghost Marauder build, so that was the only chance we'd ever get to see it. But we do still have Mass Ghosts with our Ghost Hellbat build, which we might be seeing this week. Sasha bot. This is not Scarlet's bot. I thought it was when I first saw it. I'm like, oh, she made a Zerg bot finally. It's like, no. It's just another Sasha. much like Kenny Nana, it's just like Sasha Bot really sends the overlords randomly everywhere. That kind of cost Kenny Nana too, last in Probots. Because I think it lost like 17 overlords or something ridiculous in the first 10 minutes. Which is one of the main reasons it wasn't actually winning game 2. I was thinking I should maybe put a higher weight on Overseers. Because one of the advantages of sniping off Overseers is that it makes a cloak on my ghost a lot stronger. Although my bot already does a pretty good job at getting rid of Overseers. Cloak is on the way. Once Cloak finishes, my bot should start considering building nukes. Nuke on the way. So it's definitely looking like a good game. I may end up nuking myself. Only targets my bot will consider nuking is expansion bases, including the enemy natural. Yeah, so by fluke we selected the ghost that got chosen to nuke. The fact that it cloaked, even though it's not under threat of dying, means it's most likely the nuke ghost. It actually looks like my my nuke timer is wrong. Because basically I map like enemy threat. So like this roach would have an enemy threat like this, because that's how far it can shoot. And then once this nuke is about to land, I give it its threat circle. So there's a big circle over where this nuke is landing. And that's why my units are not entering that circle. There's like this area it doesn't want to enter. But if you watch closely, they're staying away, staying away, staying away. Now they're heading in. They're heading in too early. So I think my unit code's working correctly. They're reading it off the map. They're saying, hey, even if I'm supposed to be in enemy damage range, don't go into persistent damage range. Like don't walk into storms or nukes. But the nuke timer's wrong. So let's try to fix that. So that would be under nuke tracker. The other thing is, the bug I found yesterday was that I only had the nuke tracker turned on when I was playing versus Terran. So I never considered the fact that I might be nuking. So I was walking into my own nukes pretty heavily. So the effect disappears up to 300 frames, and then I'm saying that it takes another 19 frames to land. Man, I'm pretty sure I measured this though. I remember it being like not 320 but 319. And I think Shadowlord Alpha also measured it. Another bot author. So maybe I'm using the number wrong. I say it's expired when the start frame plus the duration of the nuke duration, effect duration, yeah. Well, let's just eyeball it. If we're off by a little bit, it doesn't really matter. Looks like about half a second. Maybe a little more. 1 second is 22 frames. So let's add 20 frames to be sure. It's almost a full second. It's probably too much. Oh, is it 319? What did I just press? Half second would be like 11. Good enough. Yeah, so basically the addition of the nuke kind of works like this. So within this build plan, if I've already spent my money on my starport units, my factory units, and my barracks units on that game frame, and I still have the money left over to build a nuke, I'm going to go ahead and try to build the nuke. The nuke requires me to have a factory because that's a prerequisite. I'm only going to do it if I have cloaking for my ghosts. And then make sure I can afford the nuke and make sure I don't already have a nuke. This is a little annoying. The API doesn't tell us very well whether we have a nuke built. And it's going to get more annoying if I'm going to do multiple nukes, because we don't get to see like this here with like the number 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't get to see that. Same with on the ghost. The only thing I know is whether this ability is available or not. And even then, it's not reliable, because if one ghost is nuking, other ghosts still think that this action is available. So it's a little broken in the API. But I got it working good enough for just building one nuke at a time. I guess you couldn't see what I was circling there. Yeah, this number down here, like that 1 on the ghost there, 1 on the nuke, we can't see this. We can only see if this button's available or not, and even that's not super reliable. So that's how we build the nuke. And then when I have a nuke available, and there's not a ghost already on the way to nuke somewhere else, then we're going to create a new ghost nuke object, which is a class I wrote. So basically, we're going to select a nuke position, which is going to look through all the enemy expansions. Make sure it's an enemy base. I'm not going to nuke any enemy base that I can already see, because that means my army's nearby or a cloak banshee's nearby. So I'm going to try to nuke somewhere else on the map. So kind of have it the idea of my army's attacking in one place and then I'm nuking somewhere else. Yeah, and then I randomly select one of those expansion bases that meets that criteria. And then I'll find a ghost that has at least 85 energy. That gives it enough energy to cloak and walk across the map and drop a nuke. And yeah, just basically find the closest ghost to the nuke location. And if I'm able to find that ghost, then I'm going to remove it from the normal ghost micro and add it to a new nuke ghost. So then how do these nuke ghosts work? Well, first of all, I'm going to abandon the nuke ghost immediately if the ghost is dead, if the ghost drops below 7 energy, because it just doesn't have enough energy to nuke and stay cloaked at that point. Once it calls the nuke, I'm going to remove it, put it back to being a regular ghost, because at that point it's already done its job. Or basically anytime it's spotted by an overseer, I'm just going to call it quits and go find a new ghost, because I don't want to deal with having an overseer tracking my ghost around. Basically anytime I'm within enemy vision and within 65 range of my nuke target, which is like a third of the map, maybe in distance, I'm going to cloak. So normally when my units will just naturally cloak when they're under threat. With a ghost, I want it to remain hidden the entire time. So anytime it's within enemy vision, I'm basically cloaking. And then yeah, once I get within 11 range, which is the cast distance for nuke, I nuke. Also, if I'm running out of energy and I'm within 16 range, I'm just going to kind of nuke towards the target. So for instance, say I'm trying to nuke this base, but there's a spore crawler right out here. So my ghost is never able to kind of get in range. Well, once it gets low in energy, I'm just gonna nuke the spore crawler more or less. Just kind of nuke towards this and see what happens. And then if none of that happens, it's going to do my normal unit micro. But an important detail I changed on the normal unit micro is that it tries to never get detected. So normally, like with my cloak banshees, they don't care if they're being detected as long as they're not detected and there's a bunch of stalkers there, right? If it's just detection or just stalkers, it's fine. In this case, I want my bot to just always stay away from being detected. And then also stay away from, this is basically splash damage. You know, don't walk into Ravager Biles. Just because you're cloaked doesn't mean you can walk into Ravager Biles. And yeah, that's more or less everything. And then once it casts the nuke, then it goes back to my build code, and this build nuke will queue up the next one. Let's see if I can find a better replay here. This is interesting. This is going to be a replay versus the number 2 bot on the ladder. Both the number 1 and number 2 bots are both Zerg, so this is a TVZ build. And this number 2 bot beat my bot, so let's see if the nuking was failing or if I lost for another reason and the nuking worked. Yeah, I'm facing a Zerg next round, but he will... I'm almost certain he's going to try to cheese me. So I don't think we're going to get to the nuke portion of the game. We may not even get to the ghost portion of the game. So I do need to adjust, like select some builds today and maybe pick something super safe. I think I want to do my like Ghost Hellion build, obviously, or Ghost Hellbat build, but I think I want to build my command center in my main base and then float it to my natural. Because the way this build works is you know, it's kind of like a 1-Rax expand. And I do get a fast bunker. But if he comes flooding in with like 30 Zerglings, a bunker with a couple Marines is not going to help me here. So if I'm building this up on the high ground and he 12 pools me, then yeah, maybe he cancels this bunker or kills the bunker. But at least I won't be like constantly funneling SCVs down to the low ground to try to, you know, complete this command center over and over again. That is still a weakness in my bot, is if I lose an SCV that's building a structure, I send another SCV. And these SCVs I send have no concept of being in danger. So they'll just keep funneling down one at a time and continuously dying to Zerglings. SCVs have like many different roles, and some of these roles are aware of danger. Like these mining SCVs, they will, you know, they'll run away from a Reaper if they get low, or they won't stand inside a Liberator circle. But the ones that are producing structures are pretty dumb. And honestly, I don't have Hellbats early, right? And I know ghosts do bonus to light, and they got a good amount of hit points, but you know, they're not great versus Zerglings. They will get surrounded and die, and they don't like roast Zerglings like Hellbats will. Yeah, first two Hellbats don't come out until 5 minutes and change. Compared to the Ghost Marauder build we saw in the past though, this build does get the Factory and Starport a lot faster. So it's kind of nice to have Medivacs out early. I also got this code working, where anytime there's like single Zerglings poking around and being idiots, these Hellions will go find the Zergling. Or the Hellbats will turn into Hellions, and then the Hellion will go find the Zergling. Then when the Zergling dies, he goes back to Hellbat form. Didn't really watch the opening, but I guess the spot just got way ahead of me. Including a gold base. I think both Zoe and Eris, the top two bots on the ladder, are both super greedy in their openings. I'm not sure if that's because, you know, Terran bots don't punish them for it, which could be the case, or maybe it's just correct for them to take a super fast third. Because with speed binding, it just kind of changes the meta a little bit for Zerg to make sense. But we've definitely seen Eris get torn apart by human players. So it could be that they're being too greedy, and I'm just not punishing them because it's not my bot's playstyle. However, even though this attack came pretty late, it does look like it's fairly punishing. Hatchery would be nice. Down to 60 hit points and survived. That sucks. You also notice like these ghosts are kiting backwards, even though they have the energy to snipe. And only when I get some tanking Hellbats in front will the ghosts turn around and feel that it's safe to snipe. So it doesn't always work out well, but I kind of like that decision making on when to snipe and when not to. Because any attack a ghost takes while it's sniping, and the snipe gets interrupted. This ghost might be in trouble. Oh, they got the hatchery though. Yeah, that's not terrible for losing 3 ghosts, I guess. So this is a bot that my Ghost Marauder build usually worked against. And I'm guessing it's because of the large roach counts. Snipe is nice versus roaches, but he makes so many roaches that I think the Marauders actually would have been handy. Against every other Zerg bot, this build is way better than Ghost Marauder. Is this supposed to be a nuking ghost? I think the terrain might be messing it up. Yeah, so this is where the energy got too low. So it said, screw it. Even though I'm trying to nuke right here, I'm just going to nuke as close as I can, because if I don't nuke now, I'm going to run out of energy. One day I'll teach my medevacs to pick up units. This is definitely a case where it would be nice. It's getting overwhelmed here. This is another issue I can't solve. I'm not sure why my bot's not clearing this expansion. Like, I've seen games where my bot has like 4 expansions blocked and I peel off 4 different ravens to deal with to clear the 4 expansions. But this game, yeah, I mean, like, here's a raven with 91 energy, which is enough to auto turret, so it should be off trying to clear expansions. Same with this one, 61. should be trying to clear this and this. Targeting on the SCVs with the biles, that's nice. I hate that as humans too. versus humans, like, do you want to repair and let the biles kill both your SCVs and damage the planetary, or do you want to pull your SCVs back and let the planetary die? There's no, like, choose your poison. We're just getting overwhelmed at this point. This Command Center gave up and became a planetary. Are we actually going to stabilize here? Random PF getting some shots off. Lost the space as well, though. No, what are you doing? Shoot it. Saw Zerglings that went after that instead. Wait, we missed a second nuke? That is what the point of watching these replays. I forgot about that. We do have a nuke available. Finding a ghost with 85 energy might be difficult at this point in the game. Is this the same one? This is probably the one we already saw, right? Nuke lands. And we have the resources to produce another one. I feel like clearing expansions. Like, if I want to prioritize beating these top Zerg bots, I think this is the code I need to work on. Clearing it with auto turrets alone is just not efficient enough. It takes too long. Sometimes I don't even have the Ravens or the Raven energy for it. So when I build new ghosts, they can often reach 85 energy, like this one right here. Is he gonna get chosen? Yeah, I think as soon as it spots the Overseer, though, it gives up, then another one will get chosen. I'm randomly picking an expansion each time, so if it picks, say, this one, then... Yeah, here we go. Yeah, if it picks one in the north, it's going to dodge that Overseer. That's with this army. think it can get really technical when it arrives. So I think it's doing the job correctly here. Like, it doesn't know about that spore crawler.
Unacceptable language.
So he gets within 11 range. He could definitely nuke right now. But then he sees a spore crawler and he's like, okay, I need to not nuke. Like if I go back to the ghost code. Right, so the nuke code is all wrapped around this is safe method. It is safe method checks to make sure it is not detected. And when it's not detected, then it's just going to do, you know, pathing decisions. So it's going to keep trying to walk towards this position here. It's going to keep trying to walk towards this position here while staying out of range of any detection.
Base is under
So he gets out of the detection range,
attack.
out of the detection range, in range of the nuke position, and then you can go ahead and drop the nuke.
Heating up out here.
Base is
Got
under
any extra
attack. Command center. Our SCV command center under attack. Mineral field completed.
Nice.
Our SCVs are under attack.
This ghost is not going to live for very much longer.
Our SCVs
Probably
are
about
under attack.
8 energy longer.
Our SCVs are under attack.
I actually ended up walking into Spore.
Mineral field unacceptable. Mineral field our SCVs are under attack.
Which actually makes me think maybe there's a bug there. Let's see. So why did my normal ghost end up walking into a Spore? That'd be ghost basic. Yeah, so it does the normal, the basic unit micro, which doesn't include anything to do with cloak. So did I override that? Anything in there? Looks like the answer is no. That's actually a big issue. Because not only did it kill off that ghost, but say my ghost is cloaked with like 100 energy and the enemy has no detector. I don't want my ghost staying all the way back. I want him like stepping forward and finding some juicy snipe targets. So what does the normal safe method do? Yeah, so it'll check, since it's a ghost, if it's within the threat to ground map. So it's going to try to run away from those roaches. And yeah, then it also checks the splash damage versus ground. It'll stay out of that. Unless I overrode it here. No. Okay. So let's create a ghost specific is safe method. Threat to ground. Okay, so this is the threat to ground. And this is specifically splash damage. So, and then so no matter what, we need to dodge splash damage. But the threat to ground is only important if it's also detected. So it's safe if I just write this out in human so I can think this through. My brain's not working today. So not safe in splash damage. Not safe if within enemy threat, and not cloaked. No. Coffee. Okay, no matter what, if I'm in splash damage range, I'm not safe. But when I'm within enemy threat range, I'm only not safe if I'm not cloaked, and sorry, if I'm not cloaked, or if I'm cloaked and not detected, or cloaked and detected. But this method's called is safe, not is not safe. I got a little bit of a fever today, but it's Probots submission day, so I'm safe if I'm not in splash damage range. And I'm not in ground threat range, or so if I am in ground threat range, And so long as I'm cloaked and not detected. And this is going to get any uglier. Let's simplify this a bit. Let's create a method way down on the base class called is within splash damage. Is in splash. And that will just return this. But if I'm going to be using it for every unit, then I want to check to see if I'm flying or not. So hell, let's make a unit for it. Let's make a method for that too. So if the unit I get flying or else. Okay, so I'm in splash damage for a flying unit if it's in that map, and a ground unit if it's in that map. Close that bracket. Return. Then we can remove all this. Some splash damage. All right, so if my ghost is within splash damage, it's not within splash damage. Did I make that mistake over here too? No, okay. It's not within splash damage, or yeah, I can see this is already wrong. No, this is right. It's not in splash damage, and it's either not under enemy threats or it's cloaked and not detected. Yeah, that works. I have no idea how to format this correctly though. Sure. Okay.
Base is under
Got
attack.
any extra fire?
Base is under attack. Upgrade complete. Mineral field depleted.
Yeah, so right now the ghost should feel safe. So I think between each shot it should be Setter stepping back home. At least until it gets 6 range on the ghost. But instead right now it's afraid of the ghosts. Or it's afraid of the roaches, I mean. So that's why it's trying to run away from them.
Under attack.
It's basically not considering the fact that it's cloaked. And then when it walks within
SC
range of the spore collar, which you can see, it doesn't care.
These are under attack.
Yeah, so instead of going like down here, somewhere away from the spore, it's just running further into spore range. Yeah, so my ghosts are stupid. So that was a good fix.
Base is under attack.
Great, now getting back on track. Let's just look for the next nuke.
Mineral field depleted. Unacceptable. Base
May not
is
be a
under
next nuke.
attack.
I'm looking pretty broke right now. Not getting any minerals.
Upgrade complete.
So unless I can stabilize, that might be the last nuke for this game.
I'm in a heap of trouble. Got any extra
Base is under
firepower?
attack. Base is under attack.
It's heating up out here.
Our base.
Yeah, not producing any units. Just trying to rebuild my SCPs.
Heating up out here.
That's all I can afford. So I think this game ends now. Although there is 12 minutes left. Maybe we do somehow stabilize? I don't know how that would be possible.
Our SCPs are under attack.
So we just lost another ghost. And another one.
Our SCVs are under attack. Unacceptable landing zone. Our SCVs are under attack.
It's too bad he doesn't try to ravage or bile these Vikings. Because then maybe my Vikings will dodge it and they'll all land on him.
Get me out of this mess.
Our SCVs
Does he
are
know about
under
that
attack.
planetary? Maybe that's why the game goes so long. Maybe he knows about it.
Base is under attack.
It's getting too hot.
Unacceptable.
Can't hold them alone.
Unacceptable landing zone. Unacceptable landing zone. Unacceptable landing zone. Base is under attack. Unacceptable landing zone.
Getting too hot.
Base is under attack. Our SCVs are under attack.
This battle requires concentration.
Our SCVs are under attack. Base is under attack.
I used to have my planetary always go for maximum splash damage. I kind of like this better that it tries to focus down the weak units. I think it's better to secure kills than spread your damage all around and do more damage. Oh, we're not seeing any more nukes. So he just takes his time, I guess. I did get in this spot versus Zoe once before. But the map was getting close to mined out, and I still had like 25 ghosts. So I was protecting my last remaining base, which was basically nothing. My last base was like a couple supply depots and a command center. And anytime you got close to this ramp, you just get like sniped to death. And then he'd run back, retreat, try to rebuild, and until he eventually ran out of money. So Zoe's maxed. I guess this is his dev version, maybe. Maybe that's why it was a problem. Yeah, I mean, I can certainly... certainly pick Marauders based on his composition. I fixed up the upgrades too. So now I'm going straight to +3 mech armor. So my Hellbats and Medivacs are tankier, which I think is important. And then I get +3 bio attack. So my ghosts are doing +3. I think that's a good combination. Eventually they'll both go to 3-3, but that's the way I started off, prioritizing bio attack and mech armor. We're playing Canny Nana right now. When that game ends, it'll probably be a nuke game. I think we've already tested the self-nuke. There's just not many games where I've done nuke so far. A 40-minute tie versus Zoe. Looks like I downloaded that replay, but I don't remember it. Anyways. We do a Probots submission today. I have under 3 hours remaining. So we need to pick builds for my opponent, which is Dovahkiin. Check opponents if I lose to Dova. I guess we'll say pick builds for potential opponents if I lose to Dova. Because if I lose to him, I don't get another update. If I win, I get an update before the next winner bracket round. And I think I want to make Ghost. How about build? Let's see it in main base. I'm also still building those command centers randomly on the map. I want to see if I can fix that bug. Make macro OCs only within main base. What else do I need to do before submission? Test. Oh, I know what we should do. Check what Dovahkiin's been up to. See if we can get any ideas of what we might be facing. Because I do have a bad suspicion I'm going to get a cheesed out next round. Okay, let's start with that. Yeah, so it looks like there's 4 games with no ELO change. Yeah, 4 games that didn't count towards ELO, so I'm guessing these are privately queued up games. That one is queued by me. Probably when I was testing some versus different Zerg bots. Yeah, here's one requested by my opponent. And, you know, I see a loss and I see a draw. So those are probably the important games to look at first. That one and this one and this one. Clear the expos better. Yeah, that's definitely not something I can do in the next 2.5 hours. Well, maybe I could, but I wouldn't trust my code. The one thing I've learned from playing Probots is it's more important to have a stable bot be submitted than to have one with more features. So there's nothing more heartbreaking than watching your bot just bug out and break. At least if it's a stable bot, you got a fighting chance. I guess I could look at, well, the Roach. I guess this is a worker rush. Actually, he used a new worker rush versus Micro Machine. In that he was like doing the drone drill. He was stacking them. And so I canceled the barracks. And immediately rebuilt another barracks. Awesome code. So I'm guessing this is the win. Canceling the barracks. Let's go back to that moment. There's a couple problems with leaving the barracks up. One is that I might constantly be peeling off SCVs to continue production on it as he's killing the SCVs off one at a time. Which means even if I peel off one SCV to build it, that's one less SCV I have to fight with. The other thing is if it cancels, it gives me more minerals, which may be important. Like, especially if I've already taken my gas, then you kind of want at least enough minerals to build 3 SCVs. Because SCVs are going to help you in this fight more than anything else. Marines take too long to get out. But in this case, I'm going to go up to like 330 minerals, which is more money than I need. Like, even with the barracks up, I can still afford 4 SCVs right now. And of course, repair is important with the way I do the worker rush defense. I think normally when he gets this close, mine's supposed to abandon the repairing. But I think what happened is that my bot's like, okay, there's only 5 drones, so I only need to send 5 SCVs. So all the rest of my SCVs stay repairing. And the 5 SCVs I send are kind of blocked in the back. Anyways, I did end up running out of minerals. But that's because I built another barracks. I don't think this canceling of a barracks is the worst decision ever. I was thinking of just adjusting it now, but I could see changing this and it'll help me in this scenario and hurt me in 5 other scenarios. I think I'll just leave it as is. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, I think if he still had like 12 drones left when he reached my mineral line, then all my SCVs would abandon the repair and go back to fighting. The idea is I have like frontline workers, and then when they get really low, they come back to mine, and then when I have enough resources, they'll repair each other. But once the fight is brought all the way to my mineral line, there's no more mining and repairing. That's like off the menu. There's only attacking. Yeah, I assume that was a victory game for me. I didn't actually watch the rest of it. Maybe he comes back and wins somehow. We did load up a win, a loss, and a draw, so. If the next 2 games aren't a loss and a draw, then I'm not sure. We'll have to go back and see what happened in that first game. You know, I can also turn off that cancel barracks because temporarily, just for this coming week. On Probots. Even if that's a bad decision overall, maybe it's always better to cancel the barracks. In this specific scenario, it's definitely worse. I think I'd rather have that barracks up. Because the first Marine might end up popping. They're not fighting. They should be. Maybe I only fixed it on my worker rush bot. The one that's on the worker rush ladder. Maybe I never transferred over to my main bot. I don't know, maybe it was the same scenario as the first game. Okay, so only one of these replays reloaded was a victory. So I either lost the last replay or I lost this replay. I'm not building a barracks. And I'm probably still in the build order portion of my bot game, so Yeah, so probably it's gonna get to the point in the build order where it says like build a ghost academy or build a factory, and it's just gonna get stuck because it has no barracks. Yeah, my bot's pretty good at like adapting to like structures and needs and tech needs, but not during the build order portion of the bot. The build order portion is very hard coded. So something went wrong with, you know, if I cancel a barracks or if a barracks gets destroyed, it should be put back near the top of the build order. Yeah, so this is the tie, I assume, because he's dead. And, you know, I may take over the whole map with command centers, because it looks like that code's still functioning. But everything in terms of production's not. I can't even get planetaries or orbitals. Oh, we can't get planetaries. But whenever I get planetary, I put it at the end of the queue. And the queue has things like factory and Ghost Academy ahead of it. So this is a problem I should try to fix. So two things. We want to temporarily not cancel structures versus worker rush. And the other thing is bug. Oh, I should load up that replay again, actually. I didn't actually see exactly what happened to the barracks. Was it canceled by me? Was it destroyed by him? I'll say canceled for now. I don't know how to spell. I think that's a single L. Cancel barracks, not being put back in purchase queue. Queue. First I wrote cheese, then I wrote queer, then I finally got Q. Alright, where would we even look for that? Let's do the first one should be easier. Worker rush defense. It's gotta be in there somewhere. Maybe it was just never placed? Oh, okay. That's a different scenario. That's not a standard, like, cancel or kill. So the blocked barracks placement not being put back in the queue. Or maybe it is being put back in the queue, but it's being put at the bottom of the queue. So it's trying to build the barracks after the factory. And that's not good. I wonder if I output the purchase queue into my logs. Let's look at, it was the tie, right? Let's look at the log for this. So it looks like it's continually trying to rebuild the barracks. Not sure if this is readable or not. But then it says, you know, barracks is next in queue, but then it says there's no SCV available. Which is correct, because all my SCVs are fighting or repairing. And it keeps going on like that. Keeps trying to build the barracks, but there's no SCV available. But even after the fight, so for some reason all my SCVs stayed locked up, it looks like. Worker defense on. Maybe I never turned worker defense off. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I stayed in worker defense mode. No, worker defense off. Yeah, so every frame I'm adding the barracks to the production, to the top of the purchase queue, and then the very next frame it says cancel barracks because, oh no, it changed. And now because no position is set. Okay. This is going back into ancient code. This is going to be difficult to find. So I'm thinking I might be within my... This is the class that kind of tracks the SCV and the structure it's trying to build together. Because you kind of need to track them together because a lot of things can happen while you're producing the structure. Requeue cancelled structure. That's specifically for my proxy barracks. Add first purchase structure, structure type. Let's start back from that error. Because no position set. So if there's no position, it selects the structure position. And if that returns false, then it cancels the purchase because no position is set. So why isn't this method finding a position? It is hitting code specific to my Ghost Hellbat build. I'm doing my Ghost Hellbat build, right? Yes. So... 3v3. It's in my main base. Yeah, so it's just trying to pick one of my 3x3 positions that I set aside for barracks, factories, and starports. I was just picking one inside my main base and the closest one to the ramp. So I'm thinking what might be happening is it tries to build here and it says, oh, there's no SCV, so I can't build there. And then this position gets wiped out. And then it tries to build here and says, oh, there's no SCV. So it clears that, cancels that barracks, and then that position gets wiped out. I think it might keep wiping out positions until the point that there's no 3x3 positions left in my main base. And then when the worker rush is finally over, and I finally can pick an SCV to attack, there's just no positions left. So maybe when I'm canceling because there's no SCV, I'm not putting the position back. Because here when I select the position, I'm removing it from the list. So let's go, I'm guessing that might be the cause. So let's go back to when let's go back here. Yeah, if you actually look, the first 4 times, it says it can't build because there's no SCV available. And then after that, it says I can't build it because there's no positions left. So I'm guessing I have 4. Yeah, I'm guessing this is like slowly wiping out all my available positions. Man, I don't even know how to debug this. Like, what part of my code canceled the build? So you find a position, and then it tries to get an SCV somewhere. Here. Get an SCV with no resources in hand, and it can't do it because no SCV is available. Right, and that's the error, yeah. Then make position available again. This should be putting it back in the list. Supply depot, factory, starport, command center, barracks. Yeah. That's a problem. So barracks do not share the same position as engine bays and armories now that I'm using them. They should be sharing the same as factories and starports. Barracks, factories, and starports, yeah, so it puts it back in the correct list now. And I don't think it matters that I'm putting it back at the bottom of the list because I'm specifically looking for positions inside my main base. Yeah, this will work. Okay, that wasn't as painful as I thought it'd be. I didn't think I'd be able to track down this error. Not gonna be able to test it, but I think I caught it there. Alright, so we fixed that. And let's not cancel the barracks to begin with versus worker rush. Manage production canceling. So if it's within the first 2 minutes and he's sending more than 12 structures, and I have less than 125 minerals, then I cancel. Was I canceling with less than 125 minerals? I don't think so. Let's check the replay again. $190, 200, 220, 210. I just went down to 60. Because I'm trying to build another second barracks. Okay, something weird's going on. There should not be a second barracks. There must be something specifically I wrote for worker rush defense. Alright, let's see what's happening here. Okay. I assume there's nothing in here. This is probably just all micro stuff. Why am I building another barracks? Toggle is worker rushed. Turn on worker rush defense. Change build order. This is probably it. So if I were going gas first, I cancel it. And put it at the top of the queue. Oh. Yeah, and then it cancels the barracks and puts that at the top of the queue. So it's going to open barracks and then refinery instead of vice versa. This doesn't make sense for this build because this build uses multiple barracks. So just because there's a barracks in my build order queue doesn't mean I don't already have a barracks down. Yeah, so that was the idea. Like, say this hadn't started yet. It would cancel building this barracks in the production queue and then build it as far back in my base as possible. Somewhere nice and safe. This is also using the old. This is also the wrong list. Yeah, this is a little hacky because it'll all depend on the build order. What if it's a very gasless build? Yeah, basically this is just changing my build order to Rax gas. Is basically what it's doing. The depot is already down. So it's basically trying to make my build depot Rax gas. But depending on the build, I may not take a gas very early. I might go gasless CC, which I do sometimes. But I do like the idea of canceling a gas. Because if I were opening like gas barracks, then the drones will arrive while the gas is in production. In which case I definitely don't want the gas. I just want to cancel it. And then at some point I do need to rebuild it. So this is actually correct then. Because only if I'm actually canceling the refinery. Yeah, it returns false otherwise. So it only adds it to the top of the list if I canceled an existing one. So it's just this part I need to fix. Yeah, so if my first barracks is in the queue, I kind of want to put it to the top, you know. I just put gas to the top, and now I want to put the barracks ahead. But I want to check to make sure I don't already have a barracks producing. So this whole thing should check if I don't already have a barracks right now. heck is the method call for this? It's not num something? Num structures producing or queued. No. Get. Oh, this is it. Let me take a look in here. Num structures producing a queued. Num in production a type. This is probably the one I care about the most. Okay, so if I have a barracks queued, and I'm not producing any barracks at the moment, I think this works. Forgotten what these methods do. Yeah, so only if I haven't started the barracks am I going to remove it from the queue and then put it to the top. Remove the first. And then add it to the top. Okay. Okay. So now when he arrives, this will not get queued up. So we still need to look at, should I still want to not cancel this to begin with. Or I could let my existing code work properly now and immediately cancel this and build it back here. Although it wouldn't be that position, it'd be probably over here. Depending on the map, it might still be somewhat vulnerable. It's going to pick the position furthest away from the ramp, but my preset positions might be the furthest one away, for instance. Because the way I set up the pathing, usually I can't produce production structures behind my mineral line because that would cause pathing blocks. How far complete is this? 12 seconds. Yeah, I think we'll keep the cancel. Oh man, I don't know. It really depends on the map. Like, if it's not far away, then canceling it and rebuilding it in another vulnerable position seems so pointless. Let's let it complete. So I think we probably just comment this out. Manage production canceling. I don't think it matters too much. We really crushed this worker rush either way. I'm just thinking like canceling it might cause errors, like we saw this game where my bot got stuck without the proper tech. I think we commented out. Yeah. Let's not do this. Okay. What's next on the list? So we're still checking what Dovahkiin's been up to. There was a third replay where he had a loss. Let's see what happened. This one, I think. Normally you can edit code while at a breakpoint. It's a little tougher in Java because Java code has to be compiled, where that isn't the case in, say, Python, where you can just change code on the fly. But it still normally works. You just change the code, rebuild it, and then continue from the breakpoints. So this game is the loss. Let me get on the right view here. Here's like he's going up to hatch first, into pool gas. I'm building my bunker at the natural. Queens and lings. Speed. Pulled off of gas. It looks like it's going to be a ling flood. 14, 16, 18 lings. Third hatchery, actually. Third hatchery seems like a mistake. 'Cause, 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 'cause since this is an all-in. Maybe you only get more drones and attack later if you're going to get a third hatch. Or get less drones. You know, just enough drones to support 2 hatches worth of injects and mass circling. So that's going to arrive and I'm going to be well outgunned here. 2 ghosts and 2 marines in a bunker. Tracking down my ghosts. Ghost going down. I don't mind being way behind my opponents if I think my bot's stronger. So I think even right now, against a 3-hatch Zerg, I don't feel that bad. Because I think I can pull this game back together a little longer the game goes. But I'm guessing he breaks in and ends it. Viking. That's your priority, Ketchup bot. A Viking. What happened to my SCVs there? Oh, I got to full health. So they went back. And then it immediately lost health again, so now it's pulling more SCVs to repair. This time they left Y. It wasn't full health. Something's happening here. Did I run out of resources maybe? I'm at 15 minerals. I might have run out of resources. What happened? They're fleeing. They're afraid of something. They're not going back to mine, it doesn't look like. Maybe this Zergling right here got close enough to them to freak them out. There's no roach in here, right? Hiding. Yeah, I swear they're running away. Looks like they're fleeing. Now with the burn. I might have run out of resources though. Maybe I ran out of resources, they turned into mining SCVs again, and then they fleed from the Zerglings. Yeah, it just hit 0. I saw it hit 0. So there's probably something in my code to, like, you know, if you don't have the minerals to repair, don't try to repair. And I should probably look at my mining rate as well as my minerals when I do that. Maybe putting 3 SCVs on the depot too when it gets to a certain threshold. Like if it's under 1/3 health, put a 3rd SCV on it. Because even though these guys ran away, that happens again, right? Yeah. As soon as I purchased something, this orbital upgrade, I hit 0. Yeah, see, even with that huge gap, if I got a 3rd SCV on this thing, it'd still be okay. Probably should be some calculation of like, you know, how much damage the opponent can do versus the repair rates of 1 SCV on this structure. You could do a whole bunch of math to figure out how many SCVs to pull. But I think we'll just hard code it, keep it simple. Okay, so repair. Where would this be? Tank repair SCVs. Repair bay. Probably in here somewhere. What am I doing? I somehow replaced the word repair with starport. Let's rebuild because I certainly caused an error there. I think I just randomly put the word starport somewhere. Yeah. Units to starport. Oh, right here as well. There you go. If it's losing HP, yeah. Well, that's an overtime calculation, though. You gotta remember, like, my code is kind of just looking at a snapshot of the game. So, like, right now, at this snapshot, I can see I have 2 repairing SCVs. I see the depot's at 37. And I can see a bunch of Zerglings. But to track whether this number is going up or down on average, yeah, to track whether this number is going up or down on average is something I'm going to have to like maintain, you know, be tracking over multiple frames and make decisions on, which makes it a little more difficult. So I think 2 SCVs to repair a depot, and if it gets low, add a 3rd is fine. Because I think other than an Ultralisk, there's nothing that can break through 3 SCVs on a depot. In terms of melee units, if there's Hydras over here, I don't even bother repairing. It would just be suiciding workers.
Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven.
Nevermore.
Nevermore.
I'm excited to see Raven play. Click on Ketrock and see code.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Stimmer. Yeah, next stream for sure. I only really get motivated to do this coding because of the deadline. When is it? Just under 2 hours for Probots. Okay, so get set of units to repair. Again, looking at very old code here. At least it's commented well. Wall structures. Yeah, so if the inside of the wall is safe, then I'll add
Target acquired.
wall structures as something I need to repair. Okay. But then where do I choose how many SCVs to send? So these, okay, this message is telling me what needs repair. Here we go. Ideal number of SCVs. Right, so if the structure health's over 75%, I repair with 1 worker, otherwise I repair with 2. This is a very special case. I think we'll just make this. Yeah, we'll do it the same way. Okay, so if it's over 75%, we're sending 1. If it's over 33%, we're sending 2. Otherwise, we're sending 3. So basically, when it goes into burn, we send a 3rd SCV. Now we'd want to look at why it stops repairing when I hit 0 minerals. So somewhere I abandoned the repair because I don't have the minerals. Could be done here. No. Ah, right at the top. Once I drop below 50 minerals, I just abandon. So, if I'm like repairing a planetary fortress, for instance, and I run out of minerals, it's good to have the SCVs go back and start mining until they get above 50 minerals and then start repairing again. And then when they run out of minerals, go back to mining. Right? The last thing you want to do is have no minerals and have like all your workers at one base trying to repair instead of mine. I do have access to mining rates, I think. There's like a score. Like basically all the stuff that you see in a replay, we can kind of access in the game, which isn't really cheating because you could calculate yourself. So I think within score, there's like something about mining rate. It's somewhere. It's somewhere in here. Game info, maybe. think I've used it in this spot yet, so I'm not sure where it is. Whatever, we'll just say it's a set. I just want to try to find it. Iterator done next. Alright, what's inside this thing? Player ID, player name, difficulty. No, this is more like, it's not in here. It's somewhere in this API. So it's not in game info either. Where is it? I feel like it would be in score. Why wasn't it in score? Or maybe something raw? Raw actions, raw, no. Get Vespian as the Vestian bank, but there should be something for mining rights in. Like, it basically should be returning this number up here. Like I'm bringing in 268 minerals per minute, or 1,035. Of course, even when you're not mining, it takes a while for that to get down to 0. So I don't even think it's that reliable. I probably shouldn't even use it. Is it not in score? Get details. Get score. Get details. What's that? Ah, here we go. Get collection rates minerals. So I gotta do something like this. So if I drop below 15 minerals and my mineral collection rate is under 100, then I abandon the repair. The other thing this is important for is when your bot's trying to rebuild after it got devastated. You know, you have one worker left. It mines 5 minerals, and then it goes off and repairs a missile turret. And then it mines another 5 minerals, and then it goes off and to try to repair the missile turret again. And that's kind of what you want to prevent, right? Even if something's burning down, if you're trying to rebuild from scratch, you kind of want all those minerals to be available to build up your income again. Yeah, so yeah, maybe this mineral rate is good. So when do I want to abandon the repair logic? I guess when my mining rate's low, say under 200 a minute. Because just dropping below 15 minerals isn't enough. You can see it happens momentarily at times, and then it cycles my SCVs. Like some of them run back to mine, and then I gotta pull new ones to repair again once I go above 15. I think this is good. This will handle a lot of scenarios. Wonder how many SCVs mining actually. Oh no, an SCV brings in about 60. Yes, as long as there's 4 SCVs mining. I'll keep repairing. Four SCVs mining. Let's make that a little higher. Okay. So as long as there's 5 SCVs mining, I'll repair. Okay, I like that. Let's go back to the replay. Because I think if we hold the wall, I think I come back from this scenario. Dovahkiin's not a strong macro bot, and any bot that goes this all in at the start is likely not going to have a strong follow-up plan. Maybe they will. And like Eris, the top Zerg bot, flooded me with like 50 Zerglings and then just macroed out of it afterwards. Did devastating damage and turned it around. But I don't feel bad here. Because there's a threat at the wall, I'm just turning this into a macro orbital. But that will give me a decent one base economy to eventually expand out of. Assuming I can even break out. This is the problem with my simplified production with this build, though. There's no real concept of what should be produced when. And just basically like, if I need a starport unit, build a starport unit. If I need a factory unit, build a factory unit. If I need a barracks unit, build a barracks unit. But when I can only afford one, it's always going to choose the starport unit first. And I think I say versus Zerg, like I always want to have at least one Viking for sniping overlords. So in this situation, even though I could afford a ghost, it's like, nah, I want that overlord sniping Viking first. Yeah, 2 SCVs versus Zerglings and a burn. Yeah, it's over. Okay. I don't know what would have happened, but I think with the changes we made here, he's not going to be able to break in with just pure Zergling. The SCVs will stay on that supply depot, and if it's ever necessary, it probably won't be, but if it ever is necessary, I'll pull a third SCV to repair with as well. Alright, what's next on the list here? So I think we've checked what Dovahkiin's up to. Let's do this one next. Let's build, well, would it even be handy to build my command center in my main base? Like what, like assuming we face this? Yeah, so like my command center is finishing in my main base around now, and then I'm floating it over, and then it probably lands now, and then I'm making the orbital, yeah. Down the road, I was so used to always having my expansions be planetaries that I never put in any code to lift off orbitals to save them. At least not base orbitals. Only macro orbitals I do that with. I don't think... Could I code that in quickly? I don't know. Saving command centers. Yeah, it's kind of different for an expansion base though, because so much. Okay, let's see how I do it for. I do for regular command centers. I'll lift them off, or command centers that are morphing into planetaries. I think I could do this. But I know it's in the ugliest of all code, that gigantic function. Build manager, right? I think so. Yeah, build CC logic. It's somewhere in this monster. Nope. Army manager? I'm looking for one that has like all these nested if statements. That got way out of control. Because I don't think I'm doing it here. I think I create like an object for floating command centers. Structure floater, expansion CC. Was it within model? Flying CC? This might be it. I'm not sure if I'm still using this. This might be code I threw away. Save dying CCs. This is it. Loop through bases looking for dying CC. If it's a complete command center or an incomplete planetary low in health, and a ground attacking enemy nearby. So I assume I can just add orbitals to this. I guess when I originally wrote this, I'd assumed all my bases would be planetaries. This seems redundant. If I don't have any macro orbital locations remaining, then I just exit out of here. And later down here, I'm checking, doing the same check. I don't need to do this twice. Okay, how does this work? So if it's a command center that is complete, and then I check the health, and then I look for enemies. What's U? Oh. Any enemies that can attack ground within 10 range. Okay, so basically if it meets the criteria, it'll float away. Yeah, so I think it would just be as simple as, you know, if it's a command center or if it's an orbital. Now, does anything else below break if it's an orbital? I remove the command center from that base because I'm flowing it away. Cancel planetary morph. Oh, from the purchase queue. Yeah, remove from the purchase queue. That's fine. Now that I know how to use streams, I can do this in one line. It's funny that I only knew how to do like raw programming back in the day. All this stuff can be replaced with one line of code now. Cancel PF upgrade. So if the current order is that, we cancel it. I guess if I'm morphing it into an orbital, I should cancel that as well. Cancel morph orbital. Otherwise, cancel last. Okay, so then the liftoff code must be in here then. Let's see what's going on in the flying CC class. I think it's good to go. I just want to double check that nothing's relying on it being a command center. Ah. Yeah, here to check to see if it's flying, I check to see if the unit type is command center flying. But it would be orbital flying. Yeah, so there's going to be problems here. I think we don't have to look at the unit type though. We can look at get flying. So if it's flying, then we assume it's moving. It might spam the land commands as it's landing. Because I think while it's landing, it's still considered that it's flying. But I think that's okay. Just a little pointless APM. Won't hurt it. Won't hurt anything. Lift command center. Does that work for orbitals? That ability? Is there a lift orbital? There is lift orbital command. Okay. Maybe just lift will work. Because I know I can say just build tech lab. I don't have to say build tech lab barracks, build tech lab factory. So I think just the lift ability should be a catch-all for that. All right, anything else here that is very specific? This make macro OC just means place it in a macro OC location. So that's not an issue. It's not going to try to turn an orbital into an orbital. Yeah, I think it's good. I'll need some testing, but I think this works. So now our orbitals will be able to float away. Okay, so we'll do that in lieu of building the command center in the main base. So now if he does this rush in Probots, you know, he'll still break in, kill all these SCVs, kill these ghosts, kill this bunker, but the orbital will survive. It may not be able to find a location in my main base to land, so it's going to land at one of the exterior positions, like here. But once it becomes a macro orbital, it'll be smart enough to constantly lift off whenever there's Zerglings nearby. So I think it should be able to stay alive. And it'll be able to help with mules once in a while. My factory is hard-coded to build Hellbats, which isn't going to be very useful. But I think even if I get like 3 ghosts out over here, I'll eventually be able to clean up this non-stop Zergling flood, I would think. Maybe even Hellbats will be able to, like, they'll try to attack. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to, but maybe if a Hellbat gets like here, it can shoot these Zerglings on the other side of the wall. Hellbats do have a range of 2 or 1.5, something like that. Okay. So let's pick builds. Oh, Crossroads, that's the life of a programmer. So to fix 1 bug, find 2 more. And the problem with that too is it never ends. It's like this never-ending expanding tree. Not just for bugs, but for like features as well. It's like I need to add this feature, but to add that I need to add these 2. But to add one of those I need to add these 2, and then just there's balloons out of control like all the time. You know, I could clean that ramp up, a nuke. That's true. I have all the required resources here. I got the factory, I got the Ghost Academy. Depending how long he holds me here, I may actually get Cloak and a nuke before I finally break out. Okay, let's see what we're working on here. So I think next up is we need to pick builds for Dovahkiin. Yeah, so I don't expect to play a macro game against them, but in case I do, I kind of want to use this new Ghost Hellbat plus Nuke build. So we certainly want to use this one. I think on last stream, I built something new for choosing strategies, but I don't remember anymore. Okay. Get tournament game plan. Plays each strategy once. Sometimes you read your own code and it's like reading someone else's. You don't understand anything, even though you wrote it just a week ago. Maybe it was more like 3 weeks ago. Okay, so this is where I hard code which strategies I want to use. And then I'm going to get the opponent's records for those strategies. So as long as I send this in with no data, it's going to play each strategy once. And then from that point forward, play the one that won the most. So I need to make sure data is empty for this bot. So as long as I send it in with no data, return an unused game plan. Otherwise, return the winningest game plan. Okay, yeah. So what game plans do we want to use? So I'm thinking something, let's say like whatever he does. I want to do a build that opens differently. So this one opens like with a low ground bunker and an orbital down here. So if he can like way overrun this and trash me and win the game, then I want to not be doing that on the second time. So I'm thinking maybe the quick planetary build, or maybe no bunker at all. Maybe we just build everything on the high ground. So a one base build would be nice. What are our options? I could Marine Rush. Would Mass Marine beat... It would beat some of what he does. I think I need to work on that build a little bit though. It still always prefers defense and when it should be going on offense. Anything that starts one base doesn't do low ground bunker, which would be nice. I think maybe just a PF at the natural though. If he does a really quick attack, then my bunker at the natural should be able to handle it. And if he does a slower attack like this one that takes longer to arrive, then getting a planetary should do the trick. So maybe the Banshee build that does a PF expand. Yeah, so we'll go bring the Ghost Hellbat build and we'll bring the Banshee build. they both lose, I'm out anyways because it's a best of 3. If it goes 1-1, I probably would want to reuse the one that already worked. Yeah, so let's see what happens with the Banshee build. The one thing I haven't really haven't done the Banshee build for a long time, and I'm not sure how it'll work with my new structure positioning. Because now the way I do structures, my barracks is not going to be a part of my wall. Banshee. So how long will it take my wall to actually complete? Because I don't think my wall will complete until I got my second depot. So it'd be like depot, gas, command center, barracks but not part of the wall, Inge Bay, which would be part of the wall, and then it would just be like one. I'd have to wait for one more depot. But that may not come quickly, because that build doesn't build much at the start of the game besides a couple Marines and a bunch of SCVs. And I got the command center giving me supply, so I may not need a second depot for a long time. Could leave me vulnerable to the Ling Flood. Just close this other SC2 client. Got too much stuff running right now. Okay, so depot. Oh, it's still doing Ghost Hellbat. Ooh. Right, I had some testing code in here. Let me get rid of that. Just remembered. Yeah. No, wait. Oh, I have 2 sets of testing code in here. Yeah, let's get rid of this too. Yeah, I had my bot just doing random builds on the ladder. Let's go back to them using builds based off of data. Okay, let's restart. Yeah, last night I probably should have been working on my bots, but when I saw Eris do that, burrow all of his drones because I was nuking him, it made me think of that old 1950s PSA or 1960s PSA. The old duck and cover in case you get nuked. South Park did an awesome spoof on that. They did duck and cover for an active volcano. So So like if lava's flowing, just duck and cover and the lava will magically go over top of you and you'll be okay. And then the volcano actually erupted and people actually did that. It was a good episode. All right, so yeah, when does this wall? Oh, right, it is walling off of the barracks because I don't use the barracks with the Banshee build. So there's no need to save space for an add-on. Okay, so nothing to worry about here. Now, if his attack arrives before, you know, this planetary is halfway done, then I'm in trouble. Like, who knows what cheese he'll be bringing. But we got one build that handles very fast cheese and one build that handles a later cheese. And both of them can probably recover with repairing my ramp. Or at least hopefully can, even from far behind, just because my bot's a little more advanced. Okay, so we picked the builds. Let me just double check, since we did have to turn some code off, it's actually going to pick the build I want here. So it's going to look in the available game plan and wait. Do we even use this method though? Hang on. So this method looks like it works, but we need to use it. If tournament mode. Okay, so we need to turn tournament mode on. All right. Okay. Then we select the game plan, and then it's still going to hop in here. And only if it's equal to none will it go and select a build from data. Okay, that works. And then if it's still none, there's a default build. One hour remaining. Okay, that looks good to me. So one thing I do want to do here let's build this jar. So Dovahkiin used a different type of worker rush last week versus Micro Machine. And I'm not seeing it on ladder versus my bot, so I don't know how my bot will do against it. But it's using the drone drill. And the original drone drill bot was my bot. So I think I still have a functional version of drone drill. And we can try our bot out against that. So if we run SC2 AI app, there we go. Ketrok reverse, nope, where are we? Local bots. Ketrok versus drone drill. Please tell me drone drill still works. Because I have no idea what my generic worker rush defense code will do versus that drone drill. And the other weird thing is, I know Micro Machine can beat that drone drill, but Micro Machine lost to whatever Dovahkiin did last week. So either Micro Machine changed its defense or something happened. Please work, please work, please work. We're stuck at 0 seconds. No errors. I think one of these bots is in an infinite loop. God damn. But the game should still be running. What's happening here? Let's try the other launcher. Ketrock versus drone drill. I'm okay with Catbot nuking the world. You know, if he does it, it's for a good reason. We should just trust in Catbot. It could be these new maps that Scarlet built. I think they came after I stopped updating Drone Drill. Maybe if I pick an older map. I hope it's not because it's 2 Java bots. I think I've played 2 Java bots against each other before. Yeah, it's frozen again. Let's try a different map. What's an older map? Let's... I guess the next test is I should try Drone Drill versus another bot. Let's see if the Drone Drill is the problem. "55 minutes remaining." Oh. Ketrock thinks he's won the game. He just had an exception on the very first frame. That's not good. But he appears to be working. He's building a supply depot. Yeah, it's trying to do mule BM too. For some reason, I thought it won the game. I guess there's something missing in these old maps. Alright, so the drill is on the way. Alright, goes into the drill position. I can't tell. Oh, now he's popping me off good. Oh, my bot's not actually even attacking anymore. Huh. Yeah, it could be because it aired out in the first frame though. But something broke it. Let's take a quick look at the logs. This is not what I wanted to be seeing at this point. Socket connection error. Connection closed. Response not consumed. Yeah, these are all errors from the API, not even from my own code. But then we started the game anyways. Let's bring up the error log too. This is an error in my code. Get tournament game plan, get winningest game plan strategy. Looks like I didn't handle a null case. Let's take a look. Alright, so we're in tournament mode. $990, $97. Get winningest game plan. So it died in here. No such element exception on line 97. Yeah, so this wouldn't work for an empty list. What is this even doing here? So we're looking at the data and we want to find the winningest game plan. That wasn't the previous loss. Okay, so we filter out the previous loss. Maximum by win rate. Or else. So it's just picking the first game plan if it can't find the winningest. So I think so we'll map it to the game plan. And then we can return an empty game plan. Alright, so the maximum win rates, get the game plan for the maximum replay win rates, and if that doesn't exist, then we'll return game plan dot none. This would be bad if my bot blows up on frame 0. And then what does it do if it's none? It's still none. It's going to return none. Okay, so it's going to return game plan dot none. And then it goes into Zerg. And then it says if it equals none, then we're going to grab it from the most winning game plan. Okay, that works. And then if it's still none, then it's going to default to go Cellbat. Okay. Bot breaking bugs are not what I want 45 minutes before submission time. What are you doing in my swamp? I don't think I have any chat for when my base is breached. But yeah, I can do that. That'll be a quick fix. Or a quick do, I think. Because I think I tag my bot whenever my main base gets breached. So if I look for main base breached. Shoot, what did I say? I call it tag command. Tag. Main base breached. There it is. Boom. I gotcha. Okay, what's going on with these bots? I won, apparently. I wasn't watching. Let's clear these log files. And let's launch again. Starting proxy for Ketrox. Starting proxy for drone drill. Man, I might get 2-0'd by this drone drill. So maybe I should break out the emergency secret worker rush defense. Because even if I can beat my own drone drill, I mean, Micro Machine can beat my drone drill too, but it can't beat Dovahkiin's. I think Dovahkiin comes right away as well, where I save up to do a double extractor trick so I can get more drones and then I come. I mean, my SCVs are pretty good at mineral locking as well. I'm not getting like the all stacked, all pound one SCV at a time, but they are being very efficient in on all attacking when they're off cooldown, more or less. Yeah, that looks like a wrecked drone. Hell, I didn't even lose an SCV. Ooh, man, I hope it's good. The problem with my secret worker rush defense is, again, it's code I haven't tested in a long time, and I'm afraid to bring it out. I don't mind revealing it, because if I'm not going to use it against Dovahkiin, who am I going to use it against? But at the same time, I feel like I should have tried it out prior to 40 minutes remaining. Okay, so that looks good enough to me. Let's look at potential opponents I'll face if I lose to Dovahkiin. How do we do that? We need the bracket. I think I've torched my system. Alright, let's see here. Bracket, here we are. So if we lose to Dovahkiin, so this is 14, loser of 14, I'll be going up against Sharpened Edge. And then I don't even think I get to update before the next round as well. So we sharpened edge, and the winner of Zunk P versus loser of 13. So probably BenBot BC. I don't see -0 losing. So probably BenBot BC or Sharpened Edge will be my next opponent if I lose to Dovahkiin. Or my next two opponents. Definitely Dovahkiin. If I lose, it's definitely Sharpened Edge, and then likely after that it'll be BenBot BC. Yeah, I don't think I'll do anything special against them. Just let my data work. It's magic. So I guess the one thing we'll need to do for the data is download it to include in our bot. And make sure I wipe the data for Dovahkiin. Dovahkiin is 5E14. E14. So I'm not sure if I can just delete this. Let's not risk it. Let's leave the builds in here that I want to do and have them as 0. It's fine. So leave Ghost Hellbat at 0 and 0. And we'll leave Banshee at 0 and 0. Those are the two builds I chose, I think. Delete the rest. Banshee, Hellbat. Make sure the previous loss is something different. Which is fine. Okay. Okay, got the data. Yep, so no specific builds needed for potential opponents. Yeah, whatever. Make macro OCs only within main base. I think we're not going to do that one. I'm still going to be building random command centers on the map. Let me take a look at it quickly, but I think we're running too short in time here. If it's a simple fix and something I feel confident about, then maybe we'll do it. So changes, macro. Yeah, I should probably put them in here, then that might end up being empty. That might cause a problem. I'm not going to touch that. What we could do though is not float out the expansions. Maybe just build them on location. If I'm going to be building command centers randomly on the map, I may as well be building them on base locations. So let us go to no, we'll leave it as is. All right, so I think that's everything except for testing. Let's see if my bot played any more games versus... There's a game versus Canny Nano, right? Let's see if we can find another nuke game. Just to double check that's working all right. Oh yeah, here we go. We played Canny Nana. It did a nuke. We played Eris. It died before it nuked. I think Eris is like Ling rushing me now. Oh, Dovahkiin is queuing up more games against me. Someone else is working on their bot at the last moment. Alright, let's see if he beat me again. Let's see what he did. I have StarCraft open already. Let me get up the email on the side too. Let me get ready to submit this thing. As it's a little tight on time at the moment. Yeah, my computer's crawling. Something leaked a bunch of memory. I don't know what did, but... So we know we lost this game here, but we know the changes we made today. So if those changes were in effect, would it have helped on this latter game loss? You know what? If my bot bugged out and built a macro command center in my main base and then turned it into a planetary fortress, it might actually be a good thing against Dovahkiin. Wait, his bot just said Alien Ash. That's another bot he used to have. I wonder if he's like pulling up code from different bots and seeking an answer to beat me here. So I'm guessing this might be the Ling Rush again. Yeah, there's the pulls off gas back into minerals. Too many drones on minerals here. You should have transferred them. That's a bug. With the speed mining, it looks like it's often below, but there's actually like... Yeah, there's 17 workers on these patches. I guess it's just oversaturated by one. Not the end of the world. Alright, so what are the changes we made? So this is still going to go the same way. Still going to lose the ghosts and all these SCVs. That sucks that ghost ended up on the far side. But this is going to lift off when it hits half health. So right now this will cancel the SCV and lift off. And then it might re-land like here or whatever my stupid macro command center place is. Depending on the map, there might be a spot I have designated in the main base for it. And it can help by start muling. These depots should not go down with the changes we made. Yeah, so this is more or less what I expected. That won't happen because of the fix. Third worker would get on this if it ever got that low. The stupid Viking is still going to build pointlessly. Alright, didn't learn anything from that. Yeah, so where's that submission link? Upload your bot. If your bot is larger than 10 bigs, submit this turn, put a dropbox.text here. There we go. Data. Boom, there's the data. Data from the previous rounds erased. Yes. Changelog. Oh, I didn't do that. What's new on our bot? Oh, we got the animated mule BM. We got new Ghost plus Hellbat build. We have bug fixes to rush defense, wall repair, saving orbitals. Anything else of note? Oh, nukes. Yeah, good enough. Okay. And then I need this link. Then we can submit. And this link will be my actual bot. guess we'll include the data in here just in case. So let's wipe this data. I'll extract this to here. Don't need these anymore. Don't need those. And then we zip this up. All right, let's make sure. Build it once more. Are we out of time? 20 minutes. We'll build it again and give it a few tests. Let's I'll make sure that Ghost Marauder build's not an option for my TVP. Well, that will just fail. Let's not do that. This code should never get hit anyways, but just in case. Like Banshee our default build versus Protoss. If for some reason choosing a build fails. Yeah, Ghost Marauder's removed. That's good. Doesn't exist anymore. Let's get rid of it altogether. Check the same thing for Terran. Ghost Marauder, not there. Okay. Just double checking everything again. Make sure I didn't leave some test code for a second here. I know I'm not playing Micro Machine, but I definitely don't want to be playing those builds. I want to be doing Tank Viking. Okay, let's build this and try it. Actually, one thing I wanted to do was not announce my win rates in the chat and the strategy I'm choosing. It might be a little spoilery. Where do I even do that? Guess it's in here. When I get the opponent records, I somewhere I chat it out. Where do I chat out the win rates? May I call this from somewhere else? Oh, well, I guess it's still going to be chatted out. Let's see, chat. Da. Win rates. Kill reports. I think the chat says something like win rates, doesn't it? Ah, found it. The two-string method for opponents. Nope, don't want to do that. That's gonna be harder to find, actually. There's no way to trace back to the calling code because this is overloading object. So everything calls two-string. I don't see it here. Opponent.toString, this is probably it. Yeah, this is it. In fact, this whole method does it. Chat all win rates. I guess we just boom. Okay. 14 minutes remaining. Plenty of time to build and test this, as long as there's not a problem. Let's upload it to AI Arena. Sometimes games will run properly on the local launcher, but won't do so on AI Arena. And AI Arena is where they run the tournament games from. At least the same infrastructure as AI Arena. So we will upload our bot and we'll do a couple test games. And I think the best bot to do a test game against is Dovulcan. Not only because he's our next opponent, but because the game's probably going to be really fast. So I'll have time to see the result. Alright, request match. Ketrock versus Dova. 2 matches. Go. And while we wait on that, let's run a local one. I think what's a map that's in this map pool? hardwire. Okay. Blunty might be a good one to go up against. That's like a very Ling aggressive bot. Let's see, my bot should have no data for local Blunty. Which means it should pick the default build, which is Ghost Hellbat. So this is working correctly. I think it should do Ghost Hellbat build. Because tournament mode is on, but there's no specific builds chosen for this bot, so the game plan's still none. Then I'll look at the data. There's no data for this bot, so the game plan's still none. And then if the game plan's done after both of those, it should pick the default build, which is and it just chose Mass Raven. Oh boy. Let me double check the code there. No, it wouldn't go to default. It would try to build a set of data for every. It would try like 4 or 5 games of every strategy to like build an initial set of data. Okay, so is this starting to build data now by randomly selecting strategies until all the strategies have 4 games? So it's not a bug. I just remembered it wrong. Well, I mean, my bot's not bugging out. That's about all I can say. Let's double check that there's no errors. Can't test much else. Bots. Okay. Good, no errors. Okay, let's build and submit this thing. The biggest fear is if these games I just load against Dovahkiin come back as a loss. There's no time to fix it. I think if I do lose Dovahkiin, whatever I'm going to lose to is probably not on the ladder anyways. Okay, 1 game came back as a win. That's good news. Alright, data is good. Libraries are good. I think I already built this correctly, but let's just do it again. Do and archive zip done. Then Dropbox link. Win and win. All right. But my bot's doing a marine rush. Why? Why can I not get like the strategy selector working correctly? Is there any chance he's using a different ID now somehow? I just assumed the ID I had in my code was correct, but let's double check here. It was like 5E something. But game, yeah, that's the right one. Tournament mode equals true. Oh, because the data on AI Arena is different than the data I submitted. Never mind. Okay, I keep scaring myself here. Oh well. Well, it looks like Marine Rush would have been a good choice, I guess. I wasn't sure what a 3-base Ling Flood versus a 7-Rax Marine all-in would look like. Out of interest, let's go take a look. You know, if I just did my bot stuff like one day earlier, I wouldn't have this like panic submit like when I start like 3 hours before submission deadline. Just do the 3 hours on Saturday. And then if something comes up, I got an entire 24 hours to fix it. He's not doing the worker rush. Closer third base. That means you get the links across the field a little bit faster. Well, I'm attacking first. That's hilarious. Oh, we're gonna pass the middle of the night. No, I think my bot's dumb enough to come back. Yeah. My bot always goes on the defense. I just noticed another bug there. forgot this is like a major change I just made. I didn't test it at all. It's in this release. I've made a generic way of telling my units when they should be stuttering back and when they should be stuttering forward based on their attack range, their movement speed, their opponent's attack range, the opponent's moving speed, whether the opponent unit is facing my unit or facing away, like whether it's attacking or retreating. And this is definitely a case versus Zerglings where I should always be kiting back. At least when they're facing me, I should be cutting back. But I'm still stutter stepping forward. So either there's a bug in the code, or these Marines are stuttering back by like saying, go back home. So maybe they think they're stuttering back because they assume that going home should be going back. But we're on opposite sides of each other. I don't know, because now these, they do stutter back versus these Zerglings. Yeah, so I think the idea of back was wrong. Where it wasn't moving away from the Zergling, but instead moving towards my main base. This game could take a while because I think I'm going to continually get distracted by small amounts of Zerglings. I need to go this way. Go this way. Otherwise I'm going to keep getting pulled back. Now we're far enough in that this is over. I used to have my Marines dance after they killed a command structure. And then I realized if I had them dance after they kill a hatchery, then these broodlings would come out and kill half my Marines. So I turned that code off. Could you beat your own bot if you're both using Marine Rush? Yes. Because my bot's not very smart about when to attack and when not to, or about where to take a fight. I could just sit at the top of the ramp, and if he has more Marines, I can take a way better fight. If my computer has any memory left, maybe we can try playing a game versus my bot right now. I don't think it's going to work out well, though. Let's see, we'll close IntelliJ. Time's up for that anyways. Close this. Yeah, I think we already hit a memory leak. So streaming and running a bot and running 2 instances of StarCraft 2 is likely not going to be nice once it gets deeper in the game. But we'll give it a shot. If it gets slow, I'll just quit. Bots. I closed my bot, but I think for versus human play, it's set up to have some sort of randomness in its what builds it chooses. What am I doing? SC2 AI. Play versus bot. Ketrok. Play as Terran. I guess Blackburn's the only map that's still in the map pool, so we'll do Blackburn, I guess. Alright, so you need to turn the sound off and minimize the bot window, and then maximize my window. It's funny, I'm Foo and Ketrok is the bot. That's always the opposite of what should be. Alright, whichever one splits workers is not me.
Minerals.
Okay, looks like we're about bugged out. Hopefully it functions. What do I need to do? I need to mute this one. Okay, minimize, maximize, switch views. Alright, I think we're good. I think I'm already feeling lag. What I should do is not be streaming when I play my own bot. Just grab the replay, then I can cast the replay later. Oops.
Not enough minerals. Command center upgrade. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Let me double check that my bot's actually playing here. I think so. What are we missing here? Hinge Bay. Oh yeah, we can look at FPS, can't we? was that? Like Alt F, Alt Shift F, Alt Shift F, F. Okay, I changed the color somehow, but we got it. 65 FPS. Oh god, now we're following units. Okay. Alright, there we go. Why am I still making Marines? Escape doesn't work. For some reason, escape isn't bound anymore. I don't know what happened.
Insufficient Vespene gas.
Got to take my extra
Center
gas, so
upgrade
go to 3 immediately.
Add-on complete. Not enough energy. Insufficient Vespene gas.
I can't tell if the game's running slow or if I'm just used to
Insufficient
watching
Vespene
those replays
gas.
on 2x and 4x and whatnot. I think it's running slow.
Add-on complete. Additional supply. Not enough energy. Additional supply depots required.
Even with lag,
Not
we can still
enough
get supply
minerals.
capped at the same time, so that's good.
Research.
Oh my god. Sorry, I'm cheating because my bot is broken. Yeah, my bot's broken. Never mind. Something happened with the real time. I thought I was just losing terribly because look at the minimap for him. It's like, and then I realized because he has no production. He never built a factory. Which probably means he never picked a strategy, so I'm guessing it blew up on frame 1 again. So let's see what happened. Hopefully nothing that affects my actual bot. I'm guessing it's something to do with that map or something. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This doesn't look related to real-time play. Looks like there's a bug in that tournament selector. It's so hard to test that code because... Well, I guess I'm testing it right now. Never mind. Well, we'll upload our bot again if there is a bug. Hopefully it won't cause any issues. So what happened? Actually, just my gut reaction is this bug will only happen if there's no tournament game plan. So as long as I win this week, I think it won't be an issue. But if I lose this week, then there's no tournament game plan. It might hit a null pointer. What happened here exactly? Get tournament game plan 192 and then 110. So it goes into return an unused game plan. Game plan needed. Oh, is that fix I did? Line 110. I pass in a filter. Looks okay. Shouldn't matter if these are empty lists. Yeah, and then subsequent frames, everything blows up because it died on the game start. This is the data set I was looking at. Just whatever junk I had in here from human play. That looks fine. So why did it work on my test game? But it won't work versus human. Oh, you can't pass an empty array into arrays.as list? Is that true? That is stupid if it is true. Why wouldn't they handle that case? Where was it? It was here, as list. Null pointer if the specified array list is null. So when I get the game plans, it might return null. Is that how I did it? Oh, that's bad. Ah! It does return null. Just return an empty list. Shit. So the combination of returning null instead of an empty list and that JDK method as lists not being able to handle nulls combined into a legitimate error. Yeah, so if I beat Dovahkiin, I'm okay. If I lose a Dovahkiin, then this is going to happen in the following week, where my bot will just be unable to build a factory or produce any units. They'll just expand everywhere. It might be able to build planetaries. Maybe it can force draws. Did I not handle null case? No. Null was like the worst thing ever invented for programming, and almost every language has it. It's like, this variable is type game plan, and game plan has all these methods and properties that we can reliably use. Unless you set equal to null, and then all those methods and properties, if you try to use them, they'll break. It's like this exception case that exists for all objects. It's so stupid. Yeah, so now it returns empty list. Arrays of that has an empty list. Does it contain that? It'll be false. And then so this would just find nothing, so it would return game plan to none. In which case it looks for the winningest game plan. Well, I'll rebuild it and send it in. We'll see what happens. I remember, like, the last time, if you were watching this, I sent in one at like 5:59 and then sent in another one at like 6:02. And I don't think he even noticed. He just asked me which one's the right one. It ends up they're both identical. I thought I found a big problem, but it was just all in my head. And I panicked. But this one's an actual problem. We are allowed one emergency fix, but I don't know the rules around that. I think your bot actually has to break for you able to fix it, and my bot's not going to look like it breaks when it plays Dovahkiin. So Where's that link again? Guess this is it. All right. Well, we can play our bot again. Let's give that a try. Self-play as the final test. Winningest, of course. You know all those words that don't exist but should exist? Well, when no one's checking your spelling, you can use them all you want. Like, you should be able to put EST on the end of almost any word. People would know what that means. But only sometimes is it a real word. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty confident I'm going to be Dovahkiin, but I don't know. Also, am I actually 100% sure that that's not going to bug out versus Dovahkiin? No, not really. I'm pretty sure it won't. I think I understand the error. Minimize. Maximize.
Additional supply depots required.
This might be a good game to watch to catch any real-time bugs as well. I think my bot still doesn't understand how to send only 3 SCVs with its tanks for repair. Last I saw it was sending like 1 million SCVs. It kept sending 3, then 3 more, and then 3 more. That was some sort of real-time bug. So if it's doing its tank Viking build versus me, then maybe I'll get to debug that. Can't cancel. Okay. Why does escape not work?
Command center upgrade complete.
Okay, I tried to set it to escape, but when I hit escape, it exited the menu. Whoops.
Command center upgrade complete. Not enough minerals. Add-on complete.
Okay, I think I got it. Hopefully that sets it for all escapes.
Not enough minerals. Add-on. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots required. Research. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Upgrade complete. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Alright.
Not enough minerals. Command center upgrade complete. Research complete. Not enough energy. Insufficient rescue.
This is starting to get
Not
starting to
enough
chug now. This
energy.
game. Yeah, I probably should have done this on a fresh reboot.
Command center upgrade complete. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Complete. Not enough minerals. Not enough energy. Command center insufficient Vespene gas.
Is my body even playing? I just realized I haven't checked him in a while. Yep. And he's making units. Okay, that fixed the problem.
Insufficient Vespene gas. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Insufficient Vespene gas.
Yeah, this may Mass Raven. Yeah, unfortunately this is slow to crawl.
Add-on complete. Insufficient Vespene gas.
I don't know why I tried this. I know it's difficult to play this while streaming, and especially after I toasted my whole system's memory with a game, with a session of coding.
Additional supply depots required. Your forces are under attack.
Really? You're building planetaries on my side of the map now?
Mineral field completed. Your forces are under attack. Add-on complete. Mineral field depleted. Upgrade complete. Mineral field depleted. Insufficient Vespene gas.
What?
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Your forces are under attack.
Do we play this out?
Insufficient Vespene gas.
I think we have to go. We have to leave this game, unfortunately.
Your
Moving
forces
the Mass
are
Raven
under attack.
war, but
Your forces are under attack. Your forces are under attack.
I think we got this bot in trouble anyways. I think I normally lose to my bot, but I think with this build, he didn't get the his Raven count up high enough. He's been using most of his auto turrets clearing Widow Mines. Also looks like he's building a lot of Vikings to try to deal with these Widow Mines.
Depleted. Mineral field depleted. Not enough. Not enough. Your forces are under attack.
So we have the
Mineral
energy to deal
field
with it.
depleted.
Anyways,
Your forces are
it's
under
gotten too laggy.
attack.
Let's see how the game looks for him though. Can I somehow pop it over? No. Oh, that's a bug. Real-time bug. Oh my god. He just keeps making factories. Well, that explains why I never got his Raven count up very high. Actually, doesn't feel like a real-time bug. It feels like when it tries to make a starport, it says, hey, do I have a factory? And then it looks for a factory and it doesn't find any. Because factory flying is not the same as factory. Maybe this is a change I made in some method somewhere. Distinguishing factories from flying factories, and then it somehow broke this. Because I think with this build, I build one factory, I float it away just to free up space on the ground for starports, and then I just build starports from that point forward. But for some reason, it just keeps making more and more factories. Oh, BM. These ones stay further back because they have no energy for auto turrets. These ones are more front line, but they're I guess they save their energy for like emergency fights. If the planetary is going down or something. Otherwise, they're only going to cast auto turret at higher energy. Well, I'm here. I might as well fix this. Yeah, there's no detecting me off starport tech, that's for sure. um, Try Raven. We'll try versus Terran just in case there's something specific here, but yeah, specifically adding added to queue. Yeah, this code could be called from anywhere. I'm hoping it's a real-time bug. Because if it happens in my Mass Raven build, it probably happens in my Mass Banshee build. Because that does the same thing. It just floats off the factory and doesn't use it. Which means it could be a bug we'll see versus Dovahkiin. If Dovahkiin actually makes it to the point in the game where I'm building a factory with my Banshee build. Alright, so I floated away. I'm starting a starport. So far, so good. Then the end of build order is arriving. So if it's a bug, my guess is when it tries to add more starports after the build order is done. It's going to say, hey, I need a factory to build a starport. And then it's going to build another factory. No, there it goes. It's building another factory. Where would this happen? New purchase structure. Text structure needed. Build factory logic. Put breakpoint there. This is all build order. Structure needed. That's for, I'm trying to build an add-on to the factory when I don't have it. Oh, that could be it actually. If I'm trying to put an add-on on my factory and it's like, hey, there is no factory. Okay. It's trying to build siege tanks. That's why. The build is Mass Raven. Doesn't want to do defensive tanks. Why is it trying to build a siege tank? Looked like it was in the build order too. Must have been some weird edge case thing that I put in. It didn't consider all the different strategies it might affect. Yeah, so it looks actually right away there's, I just saw their factory. I'm only listing the first 5, but I'm pretty sure there was a siege tank there. Let me breakpoint somewhere. Siege tank. Yeah, right away at the start of the game. It wants a siege tank. check on the very first frame of the game. It's the very first frame of the game. It's once a siege tank. It's right in the build order. How did that happen? It's right in my original build order. So for every build order that's not Marina Main Ghost, bunker contains Raven Cyclone, 1 base, tank, Viking. Yeah, this is stupid. Like so many strategies are in this statement here. I should have done like this. Proportion. Give every strategy its own build order. Wait, does this mean my bot's been just building factories nonstop on the ladder for months and I haven't even realized it? Let's pick a random game from the ladder. When did this come along? It'd only be versus Terran, though. I think that's the only race left. Yeah, the other races I have properly disconnected. Terran's the one I still have this hacky leftover thing. So let's look for a Banshee build versus Terran. Or a Raven build, or almost any build. None. Oh, I'm not using this build versus Terran anymore. Oh, no, because I didn't press that. Never mind. April 3rd. Wait, what? 1 base tank Viking. Okay, this will be a good test one. Yeah, so that bug will exist anytime I go Mass Raven or Mass Banshee versus Terran. I guess that is obscure enough why I've never seen it. Most Terrans I don't even use those builds against, so.
Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven.
Spaceman,
Nevermore.
thanks for the resub. On Zergra already, 45 people. Not the most entertaining stream to join, guys, but just working on my SC2 bot here.
Target acquired.
Well, that's not a good start for me. Oh, wait. Maybe I win this? After losing a bunch of SCVs? 8 workers, but we took the position. Yeah, it's happening. This bug's been around forever. If I do these specific TVT builds, my bot will just non-stop build factories and float them to above my command. This is a 33-minute game. I wonder how many... And we win. There should be like a new meme build that pros can do. It's like, can you beat a Diamond League player if you're non-stop building factories and floating them over your mineral line? Annoying guy, man. Oh no! we got Meat Shield versus his BCs there. See, in case he jumps battle cruises on you, you want a whole bunch of factories so you can't click on your SCVs. So if we lose to Dovahkiin in Probots, then we face Sharpened Edge after that, which is a Protoss. Then after that, we'll be facing Benbot BC, where this could happen. Looks like it finally stopped. I think it only builds a factory when it's trying to build a starport. Because whenever I try to build a starport, it says, hey, there's no factory. There's only flying factories. So I need the tech of a factory to build a starport right now. APMs are starting to get up there. We both hit 5 digits now. What could you do with 10 floating factories? Maybe we can make a strategy out of this. Just like wall off as natural or something. Yeah, I guess. No, that isn't true. Because it wasn't building these factories because of starport tech. It's building it because it's trying to build a siege tank. So this will never go away. I think it should build factories all game long. At least until I run out of positions. Yeah. Until I run out of viable positions to place production, it'll be building factories all game long. In a never-ending attempt to make a siege tank from a floating factory. I guess the other thing is I usually don't watch my wins on AI Arena. I'm more interested in the losses, because that's usually where I find out what I need to fix. So I only use these builds against lesser Terrans that I win against anyways, and against bots like Micro Machine. I'm not using these builds. So that explains why I never spotted this bug. I think this bug's been around for many months. "33-minute game, non-stop factory production." Probably overbuilding starports now too. Like, I know when I max with the bank, it's good to add on production, but I got a lot of viable starport positions now. It's I probably end up building like 30 or 40 of them, which is, you know, even when you got the bank, I think that's too many. Hey, where's the factory? Oh, there it is. Oh, we took out one of Bimbot's positions there. The factor spell, GG. We might do it with mules. I'm not sure if we have enough orbitals to do mule BM. My system is chugging. Oh yeah, we do have. We probably have enough command centers actually. I'll probably end up doing the mule BM. On a game this long, I'm sure I'll have the mineral bank for it. If I don't spend it all in factories. There it is. GG, easy. more importantly, what's the factory count at? $27 factories and counting. 28 now. The Ravens are still pretty tentative versus the Thors. Thought I fixed that. Ah. You ever try to pause at the end of the replay, but it switches to the restart the replay button? We have to get a final count on the factories. $24, and we'll probably end up with 8 here, so it's going to be 32. We got one building right there. Almost that many starports too. I should probably have a cap on production structures. This one isn't too terrible because I'm only producing starport units, so it kind of makes sense to have a ton of them once I max out, but 21. I think if it weren't non-stop building a factory here, it'd be 22. I guess that's kind of right. If it's a close game, this won't happen because I won't be maxed out with a bank. "22 production structures. Would I ever need to make 22 ravens at a time? Maybe. It's probably a few too many. Maybe like 15 or 16 would be the right number. But certainly if I'm doing a mix, if it's like barracks, factories, and starports, I think going up to 22 is fine. Well. So basically what I just need is PF expand opener. Looks like it's related to Tank Viking. This whole thing's getting thrown out soon, but for now it still exists. And this would be things like Mass Raven, Mass Banshee, etc. So that probably fixed, because this builder does not have a random siege tank in the middle of the build. Well, trying to think, should I eat or should I actually play some StarCraft now? Is my system still fast enough to run StarCraft? Let's give it a try. Let my remaining memory decide whether I'm going to play some SC2 or not. Raven and PF rushing. All right. Maybe we should try that build out on ladder. Could have some use. Just non-stop floating factory structures. New season. Do we actually get new maps? No, we didn't. So I guess seasons coming with maps is not going to be a thing anymore. I turned the scene swapper off. Let me turn that back on. Alright, Terran on Belgrade. So again, I don't think the mass cyclone thing is really in the meta much anymore, so
not enough minerals.
We're not going to be proxying the factory. We're going to get faster ravens instead. Because what is in the meta is a whole bunch of fast siege tank pushes. And that's where I need the fast ravens.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
This might be a one game stream because it's feeling a little laggy. I think I need to reboot.
Additional supply depots required. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough mineral. Command center upgrade complete.
Okay.
I can't build here.
Nope, they're at the planetary. Oops.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Command center upgrade complete. Research complete.
Guessing he is AFK or something.
Add-on complete. Unacceptable landing zone.
Or maybe he cancelled his command center.
Add-on complete. Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots required. Base is under attack. Base is under attack. Base is under attack. Research complete. Base is under attack. Base is under attack. Insufficient Vespine gas. Base is under attack. Not enough energy. Command center upgrade complete. Base is under attack.
Oh, Ninja, that's why.
Not enough energy. Base is under attack. Base is under attack.
Can't build here. I can't build here.
Base is under attack. Insufficient Vespine gas. Command center upgrade complete. Insufficient Vespine gas. Base is under attack.
Good news is the leg felt fine. You cancel this? Not the end of the world. That drop did surprisingly well. He did drop at the best time, which is as late as possible, but before I have my ravens out. I kind of let my marines engage without the SCVs for a little bit, which wasn't good. And there might have been a hole in my chart ring. I don't remember.
Not enough minerals.
Yeah, it wasn't even
Not
floating
enough
either.
minerals. Not enough minerals.
Alright, another TVT.
Not enough minerals.
I can't build here.
Not enough minerals. Additional supply depots required. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
I can't build here.
Command center upgrade complete. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Command center upgrade complete. Our
Base
SCVs
is under
are
attack.
under attack.
Add
Unacceptable landing zone.
research.
There's something in the way.
Add-on complete.
There's something in the way.
Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots required. Research complete. Upgrade complete. Command center upgrade complete. Insufficient Vespine base is under attack. Command center upgrade complete. Base is under attack. Not enough energy. Command center upgrade complete. Not enough energy. Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
Micro is not
Add-on
very good.
complete. Your forces are under attack. Base is under attack.
There's something in the way.
Mineral field depleted. Your forces are under attack. Add-on complete. Not needed. Mineral field depleted. Not enough energy.
Dismissal required.
Our SCVs mineral field depleted. Your forces are under attack. Upgrade. Our SCVs are under attack. Your forces are under attack. Is under attack. Command center upgrade. Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Your forces are under
More
attack.
starports.
Unacceptable command. We are at maximum supply. Command center upgrade complete. Command. We are at maximum supply. Your forces are under attack. Not enough energy. Not enough energy.
Enough energy there.
Mineral field depleted.
Your forces are under attack. Command center upgrade complete.
Unacceptable landing. We are at maximum supply.
Unacceptable landing zone.
He lost his Raven to the Widow Mine. I think that's why he quit. He lost his detection there. That's a problem. And that's with full orbital energy too. And I still got 9k minerals banked. Gotta keep expanding, keep taking gas geysers, since only got 2 in it. I don't know about this decision. I could have just pulled off of this stuff. I mean, he's pretty weak. I really don't need the Marines at all. But how many SCVs did he get here? He's already got 2. Cost me 2 more. But because his macro wasn't on point, despite killing 4 workers, he's actually down by 9. So he was playing mech, right? Yeah, that's a second factory. Third factory. I love these players that just like always funnel their siege tanks to their death. He's having a rough time with his micro too. He is losing his Ravens over and over again as well. Oh, you thought that was Sliver that whole time? This thing lived forever. Hellion harass. That's one thing that makes a planetary nice. Not just the fact that the PF will shoot the Hellions, but the Hellions won't naturally target the SCVs if you're not microing them. So there he wasn't microing them, so the Hellions shot the planetary. For an orbital, he wouldn't need the micro. Normally retreating through the middle of the map would be dangerous, but I just went to where all my Widow Mines were. Almost wanted him to try to chase me down with his Vikings. But he had no Vikings left, so that wasn't a problem. about I use the hidden proxy factory, but then I float it. So it's a hidden floating proxy factory. Oh no, my credit card's been flagged. Just go to the sketchy website and you can get it fixed. That sounds real.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
It's our turn, huh? TBT again.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Additional supply depots required. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Command center upgrade complete.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get it. Wasn't watching.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Command center upgrade complete.
Oh no, that can happen? I thought they stopped doing that on maps, leaving corners like that.
Add-on complete. Research complete. Add-on complete.
Which one's missing an SUV? I can see. Oh, this one. No, this one. Okay.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough energy. Not enough minerals. Upgrade complete.
Damn it. This is like no surprise at all.
Research
I'm going
complete.
here.
Unacceptable landing zone. Insufficient Vespine gas. Not enough energy. Insufficient Vespine gas. Command center upgrade complete. Not enough energy. Insufficient Vespine gas. Not enough energy. Insufficient Vespine gas. Command center upgrade complete. Base is under attack. Insufficient Vespine gas. Not enough minerals.
He actually didn't focus fire at all.
Mineral field depleted. Command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete.
There's something in the way.
Insufficient Vespine gas. Add-on complete. Mineral field.
I can't build here.
Mineral field depleted. Add-on complete. Add-on complete.
As friendly of a position as I thought it'd be.
Insufficient Vespine gas. Your mineral forces field are under attack. Command center upgrade complete. Command center upgrade complete. Research complete. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Add-on complete. Command center upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. Command center upgrade complete. Insufficient Vespine gas. Your forces are under attack.
I can't build here.
Insufficient Vespine gas. Mineral field depleted.
This vessel requires assistance.
Mineral field depleted.
I can't build here.
Command center upgrade complete.
Such a weird game. I'm not sure what he's up to here.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
This vessel requires
I
assistance.
can't build here.
Not enough minerals. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
I can't build
I
here.
need to transition? I think I might.
Base is under attack. Your forces are under attack. Your forces are under attack.
I can't build here.
Not enough
I
minerals.
can't build here.
Not enough minerals. Mineral field depleted.
Yeah, mining more of the map.
Your forces are under attack.
That's a negatory. It's blocked.
This vessel requires assistance.
That's a negatory. It's blocked.
Your forces are under attack. Vespene geyser exhausted.
This vessel requires assistance.
I can't build here.
Vespene geyser exhausted. Upgrade complete.
I can't build here.
Not sure what to do right now. I don't feel like I should be the aggressor.
Add-on complete. Command center upgrade complete. Mineral field depleted.
Unacceptable, command. We are at maximum supply.
Research complete.
Let's line up these neutral bases so I get more money.
Upgrade complete.
Unacceptable, command. We are
Mineral field depleted.
And start throwing away these ravens.
Command center
This vessel requires assistance.
mineral field.
Unacceptable, Command. We are at maximum supply.
This vessel requires assistance.
Mineral field.
Unacceptable, Command. We are at maximum supply.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Your forces are under attack. Not enough energy. Mineral field depleted. Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Vespine exhausted. Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Upgrade complete. Your forces are under attack. Not enough. Upgrade complete. Not enough.
Unacceptable, Command. We are at maximum
I
supply.
have no idea what's happening here.
Vespine geyser exhausted.
He's getting trolled, I guess? This doesn't even look like he has a strategy to win.
Not enough energy. Our SCVs are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
Actually wondering if we should be throwing away our Ravens right now.
Command center upgrade complete. Our SCVs are under attack.
We are at maximum.
Your forces are under attack. Our SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs are under attack.
I can't build here.
This vessel requires assistance.
Unacceptable command. We are at maximum supply. Vespine geyser exhausted. Our
Base
SCP
is under
are under attack. Our SCVs are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field. Our SCVs are under attack. Unacceptable command. We are at maximum supply. Our SCVs are under attack. Upgrade complete.
Hey, you broke out.
Our SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Not enough energy. Not enough. Our SCVs are under attack.
We stay on top of those SCVs.
Our SCVs mineral field depleted.
Like, what's... It has to be a troll, right? I think he's not even trying to win.
Mineral Vespine geyser. Unacceptable command. We are at maximum supply.
He's got the quick bro.
Vespine geyser exhausted.
I think this BC transition... I assumed he was going to try to win, so yeah, I thought he was massing PCs. But he's only massing a defensive unit in the
Mineral
Vikings.
field depleted.
So this BC transition doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Unacceptable command. We are at maximum supply. Our SCVs are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Vespine geyser exhausted. Unacceptable command. Our SCVs are under attack.
I mean, I guess if we're going to end the game, we have to attack.
Are under attack.
Seems weird though, because he has to be the aggressor. Assume we're both trying to win.
Our SCVs are under attack. Unacceptable command. We are at maximum supply.
Gosh, how am I going to fight into
Upgrade
that with BCs?
complete.
What am I thinking? What was I thinking? Ready to watch a bunch of BCs die?
Our SCVs are under attack.
I can't build here. I can't build here.
Our SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs are under attack. Unacceptable command.
I think I got most of my remodels off.
Mineral field depleted.
I think I should transition back into Ravens actually. Time to kill off all our Ravens to get Mass VC, now it's time to kill off all our VCs to get Mass Raven.
Mineral field depleted. Our SCVs are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Our SCVs are under attack. This being unacceptable. Mineral field depleted. Our SCVs are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
We'll clear that with the BCs after this attack. Oops, that's the wrong key.
Vespine Geyser exhausted. Mineral field depleted.
I mean,
Your forces are under
he's
attack.
doing pure Viking Thor. I
Base
need to
is
change
under
the
attack.
strategy again. Okay, I got 4,500 gas. Let's sit back actually. Let's cancel all these ravens. So there's no real point to attack except to finish the game off. He doesn't really have. What's he doing down here? Why was he down there? I thought he was supposed to be in the north.
We could use some help here.
Add-on complete.
It's a symbol. Need a bunch of Thors. And Hellbats.
Mineral field depleted.
A little odd that when I moved up, he moved up. Yeah, he's doing it. I'm gonna show him that I'm moving south. And go north. But that didn't work.
Mineral field depleted.
Unacceptable command. We are at maximum.
He's still getting gas, actually. Oh, he's closer to die.
Unacceptable command. We are at maximum supply. Unacceptable command. We are at maximum supply.
Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Our SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs are under attack.
Whoops. Scared of my hockey there.
Unacceptable landing zone.
Unacceptable command. We are at maximum supply.
Mineral field depleted.
Unacceptable command. We are at maximum supply. Unacceptable command. We are at maximum supply.
Mineral field.
Slowly starting to lose vision.
This vessel requires assistance.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Base is under attack.
That's 900 gas. It's 200 here. Maybe we'll save some gas. Go into more Hellbats. Sensor tower down.
I can't build here.
Does he actually?
Unacceptable command. We are at maximum supply.
We may be able to just go.
Upgrade complete. Mineral field depleted. Unacceptable command.
He didn't say to the end. Does that mean he wasn't trolling me that whole time? He's actually playing a strategy to draw? Because if he's just being a dick and trying to drag out the game, you'd think he would like be right until he's floating in the corner. Like he turtled on 1/3 of the map and built nothing but Vikings. Like, how do you win the game with that? I thought for sure he was just trying to like BM me and just try to make the longest game possible. The other thing is like, why did he leave then and not leave now? Like even if he had like he thought somehow he could win with 1/3 of the map in Mass Viking, he has to feel by this point that he's lost the game. He's got no money left. He knows that mined out to like I mined 4 more bases than he did. Or 2 more bases than he did. He even muled some of his bases pretty heavily. This was a shitty corner to get stuck in with my Thors. I know Thors are pretty good versus Vikings, even though Vikings do double damage. But he had like all his Vikings here, and I would have like 2 Thors at a time fighting back from over here. confused. Like, he doesn't feel the need to go on the offense at this point? Even like this point? It's like, yeah, you got 5 bases, but you can clearly see I got the extra 2. So what's your win condition here? He's not even upgrading. Yeah, this game would have made sense if he BM'd me. If he, he could have brought the game to like 55 minutes. Then it would have made more sense. Maybe he didn't want me to have the satisfaction of killing his main base. So maybe the game was a whole BM. Because I can't believe that someone was actually doing this in a legitimate way. He's not even particularly cost efficient with the units he has. Like, maybe if you hunger down like this and you have like mass battlecruiser, you can think, okay, maybe I can just like slowly Yamato him to death and win the efficiency battle. But every time he fights with Thors and Vikings, he's losing Thors and Vikings. Maybe he somehow thought I was broke. Not sure where he would get that idea from, but odd one. Maybe under the mindset of, like, if you're playing a game and both you and your opponent have been playing for the same period of time and you're broke, then maybe just implicitly you assume that your opponent's broke as well, despite the mini-map. I was even cost efficient versus him, which is a little surprising as I maxed out on Battlecruiser versus Mass Viking Thor. I don't know what I was thinking there. Oh man, TVT again. It used to be all my TVTs were just 7-minute losses. This session they've all been 20-minute plus wins.
Target acquired.
Not enough minerals. 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 Additional supply depots required.
Gotta kill that SCV actually.
Not enough minerals. Command center upgrade. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Give me a SCV scout. I thought it. I guess SCV scout was timed wrong, so I thought he was proxying me.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete. Base is under attack. Base is under attack. Add-on complete.
I can't build here.
Not enough energy. Additional supply depots required.
Oh, shoot.
Additional supply depots required. Research
only
Going with
complete.
5 SCVs and I have no ravens. So let's hope this doesn't get spotted.
I can't build here.
Command center upgrade complete. Not enough energy. Insufficient Vespene gas. Base is under attack. Command center upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. Not enough energy.
Oh, that sucks.
Unacceptable landing zone.
I can't build here.
Still don't know what his tech is.
Not enough energy. Mineral field depleted. Research complete. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Not enough minerals. Add-on complete. Our
This vessel
SCVs
requires
are under attack. Base is under attack. Base is under attack. Command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete. Our SCVs are under attack. Nuclear launch detected. Mineral field depleted. SCVs are under attack. Your forces are under attack. Base is under center upgrade complete. Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted.
Shit, I'm spotted.
Base is under attack. Base is under attack. Base is under attack. Insufficient. Not enough. Your forces are under attack. Base is under attack. Insufficient Vespine gas. Your forces are under attack. Not enough. Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Your forces mineral field attack. Depleted. Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Insufficient Vespine gas. Base is under attack. Your forces are under attack.
There's something in the way.
Base is under attack. Your forces are under attack. Your forces are under attack. Base is under attack. Base is under attack. Base is under attack. Our SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs are under attack. Your forces are under attack. Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Vespine geyser exhausted. Vespine geyser exhausted. Base is under attack. Our SCVs are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Not enough energy. Mineral field depleted.
There's something in the way.
It's feeling a lot like the previous game.
Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
Or my opponent is clearly dead.
Mineral
Not leaving the game.
Your forces are under attack. Base is under attack. Not enough.
Yeah, the Ghost CMP only works if he's like eyeballing it and ready. So anytime he like saps siege tanks, like here, he had like ghosts waiting here, ready to wail on all EMPs all over my ravens. But I just didn't attack here. I went and I attacked up here instead. And then when he's dealing with that, then I came back and attacked here. And then these things got like a whole bunch of juicy kills. Pretty sure they were killing ghosts and cyclones and all these expensive units. Then I think he became afraid to cross the map once he kept walking into Widow Mines. So then he like totaled on his 3 bases, which obviously is not going to go too well for him. Speaking of Duckman, why didn't they exit this way? Oh, that was my first batch. Okay, so I know he's there. I'm kind of ready to Matrix his ghost, but I never got the opportunity, like the nuke and ghost. Some dried ravens there, which is fine.
Target acquired.
pulled these guys back with the intention of bringing them back to repair immediately, because I saw it was a double nuke, and I never did it. I think if I jumped on the repair, it would have been fine. I had structure armor, 9 SCVs. He didn't only have like Marines and Ghosts. Gosh, that's the skin. What a terrible skin for a ghost. It looks like it's already cloaked. I was wondering why he is cloaked all the time. And then I'm wondering, like, why was the Widowmine able to shoot at a cloaked ghost? And then, like, why are they coming out of his barracks as a cloaked ghost? That's ridiculous. So what do they look like when they're cloaked? Is it even possible to find out? Did he ever cloak? I have no idea now. No, he never researched cloak. So all these ghosts were Oy. Like, they clearly look lighter than the other ones. Alright, let's get a Zerg or a Protoss. My theory is that EMP is not a counter to Mass Raven. I feel like the only time I really get punished is when he catches my Ravens all out in the open without me like being aware of the ghost being there. But if you catch Ravens out in the open with Stim Marines, you killed all the Ravens, or at least a good portion of them. With EMP, all you're doing is like breaking them for a couple of minutes, which is obviously not as good as killing them. Maybe I just haven't seen it used well versus me. There's certainly been games where he bricks my Ravens, which makes me desperate. So I have to get more aggressive with the Ravens. But then when I'm more aggressive, I'm just getting bricked even more. He puts me in a case where I have to start doing stuff, and then it just removes even more of my energy because I'm being too risky.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
But if I'm in a comfortable game and I see my opponent's getting ghosts, I'm usually not worried at all.
Not enough minerals.
Is that another Terran?
Not enough
It was,
minerals.
wasn't it? Yeah.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Additional supply depots required.
this one I need to wall all the way. Looks like the last map's wall off, but it's different.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Command center upgrade complete. Additional supply depots required. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Okay.
Add-on complete. Unacceptable landing zone. Command center upgrade complete.
I can't build here.
Research complete. Not enough minerals. Add-on complete. Not enough minerals.
Alright, we got 3 in a patch somewhere. This one.
Research complete. Insufficient Vespine gas. Insufficient Vespine gas. Unacceptable landing zone.
I'll wait for the upgrade.
Insufficient Vespine gas. Upgrade complete. Command center upgrade complete.
So I think we're getting blind countered now.
There's something in the way.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
Oh, we got about 5 fair TVTs. Like, unless you just happen to be doing a drop at that moment,
Our SCVs are under attack.
happened upon my
Insufficient
and just
Vespine
timed that way.
gas.
This is definitely a blind counter.
Insufficient Vespine gas. Add-on complete. Insufficient Vespine gas. Mineral field depleted. Not enough energy. Insufficient Vespine gas.
There's something in the way.
Mineral field depleted. Base is under attack. Command center upgrade complete.
I should have repaired.
Mineral field depleted. Insufficient Vespine gas.
I can't build here.
Our SCVs are under attack. Add-on complete. Upgrade not
There's a
enough.
lot of ravens there.
Mineral field depleted. Command center upgrade complete. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Base is under attack. Add-on complete. Mineral field depleted.
We could use some help here.
Your forces are under attack. Base is under attack. Insufficient Vespine gas. Base
I
is
can't
under
build
attack.
here.
Mineral
We could use some help here.
Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
This vessel requires assistance.
Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
The Raven. Nevermore.
Command center upgrade.
I don't have any
Base
Widowmine
is under
presence, is the
attack.
problem.
All hail the crossroads, Lord Savior of potatoes and other
I like in my
tubers.
position here, actually. Especially if those Thors arrive.
Upgrade complete. Non-combat.
Thors have arrived. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I didn't get that either.
Add-on complete. Insufficient Vespine gas. Insufficient Vespine gas. Mineral field.
I can't build here. That's a negatory. It's blocked.
Mineral field depleted.
This vessel requires
That sucks.
Base is
I
under
knew his Thors were, I knew where his Vikings were.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field. Our SCVs are under attack. Your forces are under attack. Your forces are under attack. Unacceptable landing zone. Base is under attack. enough energy. Your forces are under attack. Command center. Destiny Gaza exhausted. Base is
He
under
switched
attack.
off of high. He switched to high impact mode.
Command center. Mineral field depleted. Destiny Gaza exhausted. Vespine Geyser exhausted. Mineral field depleted. Your forces are under attack. Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted. Your forces are under attack.
Unacceptable, command. We are at maximum supply.
Base is under attack.
Where are my ravens right now?
Our SC is under attack. Your forces are under attack. Mineral field. Your forces are under mineral field depleted. Base is under attack. Your forces are under attack.
He's gotta be pretty broke by now.
Our SCVs are under attack. Base is under attack. Your forces are under attack. Your forces are under attack. Your forces are under attack.
I can't build here.
Should I defend?
Your forces are under attack. Your forces are under attack. Our SCVs are under attack. Base is under attack. Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted.
So I just so low and didn't get any of them.
Your forces are under attack. Insufficient Vespine gas. Base is under attack. Base is under attack. Your forces are under attack. Insufficient. Your forces are under attack. Your forces are under attack. Vespine Geyser exhausted.
Autobines actually aren't that good at popping SCVs. There's no attack upgrade for them, so there's no way to get them to be able to one-shot. But with enough of them, the splash damage will add up. I almost felt like he had me cut in half a little bit there. He kind of had his army in separated, so like even if he sent a portion to the north, I wasn't like a free run for me to go south. Normally if he sends his army one way, I can comfortably Raven harass somewhere else. Oh man, I just fly it over the Widow Mines. And he just like mincemeated my first expansion too. Surprised I was able to get another one up. So he must have been dropping it that first time, right? No, he's just idling here. Waiting for tanks, or I mean, it's an appropriate amount of worker Marines to drop with. As far as he knows, a drop is available. Otherwise, I'm not sure what they're doing out across the map. Like, if he thought I was going battlecruiser, what happens if BCs pop up in his main base? He's got 2 Vikings and a handful of Marines. I guess it could have just been to design expansions. I think he didn't replace that Marine in the other base. And I wish I could spend that. My bot is so much better at this than me. I even had like a nice gap here. I can build 3 command centers in this gap. Maybe I could have lifted this and moved it down more.
Maybe we make space for one more. I tried to put my production and my depots all behind my mineral line or near my gas geyser, because I know those are places I can't build command centers. And ideally, leave a big open space here where I can build like 6 command centers at a time. Maybe if I make an orbital, I should float it over here or something like that. Leave space from building command centers in my main. Because it would just be nice to always have CCs I can float out at any moment. And I can even start doing weird stuff like build a couple planetaries right here. I lost a lot of Ravens this game as well. There were some SCVs here and over there. I just lost both planetaries from lack of attention. Kill Little Mine in there. Thor range is 11, or in high impact mode it's 12. But in the other mode you're doing like 4 times the damage plus with splash. It's insanely better, the other mode, at least versus light units like Ravens. Thor range versus ground is 7, yeah. Which is super annoying because you can upgrade auto turrets to have attack range of 7, but their sight range is always 6. So even though auto turrets have the same range as Thor's can shoot them from the fog of war. Oh, that's what we were talking about before, I guess. I feel like high-sec auto-tracking should have... Either auto turrets should start with 7 vision, or they should get 7 vision when you get the high-sec auto-tracking. Otherwise it's kind of a pointless upgrade for them. Well, often pointless. Depends if you have other units granting vision for them. Yeah, mine's still one-shot probes and drones, right? Yeah, they do. It's just not SCVs. think Widowbind is 125 damage and 40 damage flat for its splash. So the 40 damage splash is enough to crush a lot. Yeah, it was looking bad for me when I lost that expansion. And then when he's transitioned to Thor's and I didn't have like really good Widowmine coverage on the map, I was very, very worried. I actually thought I was not dead, but I thought I was losing at that point.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
It's not Terran.
Not enough minerals. 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 Additional supply depots required. Not enough minerals.
That's blocking, right? Yeah, I think so.
Not enough minerals. Our SCVs are under attack.
I can't build here. I can't build here.
Not enough minerals.
That's enough blocking. Xenobling's out soon anyways.
Additional base is under attack.
I can't build here.
Additional supply depots required. Command center upgrade. Our SCVs are under attack. Command center upgrade complete.
I can't build here.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Add-on complete. Not enough minerals. is under attack. Base is under attack.
That sucks.
We could use some help here.
Base is under attack. Base is under attack. Unacceptable landing zone. Our SCVs are under attack.
I think we lost enough that we might die to need a follow up.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Need tune gas. Just to give ourselves a fighting chance.
Not enough minerals. Command center up. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Oh, is that? Yes.
Not enough minerals. Our SCVs not enough minerals. Add-on complete. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
I can't build here.
Base is under attack. Not enough energy. Base is under attack.
I can't build here.
It's too many SCVs down. He was doing what he could to let me back in the game, but
I accidentally attacked with my SCVs when he tried to run by with the roaches, when I should have held position with my SCVs. Then you would have to manually focus down the SCVs instead of just stutter step through. But I was just like 100% dead broke. Probably should have had a wave of ravens out by that point of the game. And I hadn't even been able to. I was just able to afford building my production at that point.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
I can't build here.
Not enough minerals. Additional supply depots required. Not enough minerals. Command center upgrade complete. Additional supply depots required. Insufficient Vespine gas.
I can't build here.
Command center upgrade complete. Not enough minerals. Add-on complete. Research. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Okay.
Add-on complete.
I gotta build another starport because I only got one right now.
Add-on complete. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Research complete. Upgrade complete.
Ah. This is bad. Can I make it?
Command center upgrade.
Again though, what's he doing over there?
Is under attack. Insufficient.
It's having less ravens this game, that's for sure.
Mineral field depleted. Insufficient phosphate gas.
Oh, I'm winning. How about that? I'm like, did he just leave a game he was winning? I mean, he did just throw away his army, but... Yeah, I'm definitely ahead. Even my worker count's probably similar. Yeah, 16 behind. But he's got an unupgraded third. I have a third and a fourth, and a high-tech army like, versus no army. I really thought he'd have 3 saturated bases by now. 57. I guess it could be saturated. So you got 3 too many workers here. 1, 2. One idle worker here, an extra worker there. Actually, I had a fourth base on the way. So we're even-ish, except I had an army and he didn't. He got baited by this. The low hit point planetary. He's like, I got it. I'll even land Vikings for it. One thing I forgot to check is why he was way over at the 3 o'clock position. Maybe he's just holding the high ground there, getting ready to jump on my forward third base. Boom, boom, bane. Alright, we're getting a do-over versus Zerg.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Let's go now with our workers here.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Additional supply depots required. Not enough minerals.
I can't build here.
Oh, I might be able to get this. It's too far away.
I can't build here.
I assume he already had it down though. I saw that, I'm like, oh, there's hope.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Base is under attack. Base is under attack. Additional supply depots required. Not enough. Command
I was
center
trying to
upgrade
factory a long time ago.
complete.
What was I doing?
Command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete.
Wow, layer already.
Insufficient Vespine gas. Add-on complete.
Build the Widow Mines. I think I need the gas. Oh, maybe I don't. Okay.
Command center upgrade complete.
Interesting soulings.
Command center upgrade complete. Not enough energy.
I can't build here.
Upgrade complete. Additional supply depots required.
I can't build here.
Mayday! Mayday!
So I like the idea of adding more factories now versus this.
Can't hold them alone.
Base is under attack. Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots required.
I can't build here.
Our SCVs or forces are under attack. Add-on complete. Mineral field depleted. Add-on complete. Base is under attack.
Didn't get the Widow Mines in position in time. I could have had 4 at that one base, although it's not the one he hit anyways. I mean, technically I could have had 4 at my third. But I was those 2 idle Widow Mines I had, I was intending to put up north in my fourth. And he wasn't setting up a siege overlord either, so I think it would have worked. Remove all the locusts and I can repair through the hydras. Didn't feel like mutas because he had slow links. And yeah, I mean, I guess you can sacrifice link speed if you want to get 1 extra muta. But to me, it felt more like he wasn't going muta tech because mutas always are with lings. And why wouldn't you get speed if you're doing muta ling? So it feels like it was roach based or maybe something crazy like fast tier 3 tech or something.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
It's pretty all in with that
Not
army
enough
though. So it's hard to
minerals.
tell Sormos. They're so cheap that
Not enough minerals.
it's not as all in as you think with them.
Not enough minerals. Additional supply depots required.
Because he rushed layer and then built all. Yeah, he was very all in. The more I think about it.
Can't build here.
He's probably 1-1 at most. He's probably 4 base at most. We could have absorbed that. Would have been nice. So it would have been an easy victory from that point out.
Not enough minerals. Command center upgrade complete. Not enough minerals. Additional supply depots required. Our SCVs are under attack.
I almost had a fatal flaw. Like instead of walling this tight, I put it back a little bit because I could. You know, a little less likely I'll get sieged from the low ground or something. But I almost made it so he could have his Reapers safe up in here. And then I couldn't shoot him with Marines from the low ground. I missed the most crucial thing again though. I didn't restart my Marine production.
So it was obviously like Proxy Reaper, right? And if it was a more all-in version, I'm in a lot of trouble if I'm not constantly building Marines. Okay, first off, okay. Yeah, I get 1 or 2 of these Reapers, but if 2 more Reinforcement Reapers arrive, then these Marines are getting shut down. And that leaves me with an empty bunker protecting this. And I still need to get at least a Marine inside this bunker as well. And then I also misplaced this bunker. I need to look at the safest position for the Reaper, which is right here on the high ground. So I need to make sure that I can shoot this position with my bunker.
Target acquired.
Yeah, so maybe like that. I don't know. Maybe just down more. Maybe just like this. It would have range on it. You do get +1 range of the bunker. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I probably would have to be like this. Anyways, I want to build it obviously far away so this SCV doesn't die easily to these Reapers, but I still need to be able to shoot this position. This has got to be a tough decision of what he wants to shoot here. It's like you can win the fight against the Marines, but the depot is also really low, but there's repairing SCVs you want to focus down. There's no factory. What is he doing? He's got 500 minerals right now. It's like you 2 racks with a factory, or you 3 racks. These felt pretty late too, which is also evident by the gigantic mineral count. It looks like he took his gas too late as well. Well, there's been worse. There's been a 7 structure wall off before. I've had to do. I remember I had to play that map as well, because there was worse maps in the map pool for me. This season I actually have extra vetoes I haven't even used yet.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
The TVTs tonight, man. Well, we've gotten 2 Zergs, 0 Protoss, about 7 or 8 Terrans. I think that 45-minute game counts as 3 Terrans alone.
Not enough minerals. Additional supply depots required. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Command center upgrade complete. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Alright. Factory time.
Insufficient Vespine gas. Base is under insufficient attack. Vespine gas. Insufficient Vespine gas.
Got my bunker.
Command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete. Research complete. Add-on complete. Insufficient Vespine gas.
Didn't even really see what his army was there.
Insufficient Vespine gas. Research complete.
He's got all the upgrades this time. Gonna be able to float out with 10 SCVs.
Upgrade complete.
I can't build here.
Insufficient Vespene gas. Insufficient Vespene gas. Command center upgrade complete. Our SCVs are under attack. Unacceptable landing time. Command center upgrade complete. Command center upgrade.
Shit.
Mineral field depleted.
I can't build here.
Not enough. Insufficient Vespene gas.
Damn.
Base is under attack. Base is under attack.
Well, I think I need to counterattack. Otherwise, he's never going to let me out.
Mineral field depleted. Not mineral field depleted. Add-on complete.
I thought I repaired these.
Base is under attack. Add-on complete.
Oh, man. This is our suicide. weapons.
Base is under attack. Not enough energy.
This vessel requires
Not enough energy. Not enough. Your forces are under attack. Upgrade complete. Base is under attack. forces are under attack. Insufficient Vespine gas.
This vessel requires assistance.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted. Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Command center up. Unacceptable landing zone. Your forces. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
Why am I charging into that?
Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
This vessel requires assistance.
Your forces are under attack.
Is that a Raven in me?
Additional supply.
This vessel requires
Additional supply depots required.
This vessel requires assistance.
Additional supply depots required.
This vessel
Additional
Come on.
supply depots required. Additional supply. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Additional supply depots required. Your forces are under attack.
This vessel requires assistance.
Vespine Geyser exhausted. Our SCVs are under attack. Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots required. Vespine Geyser exhausted. Our SCVs additional supply depots required. Vespine Geyser exhausted.
These ghosts are probably on sport, so it's probably safe to go this way. Ah, oh boy, those reinforcements are here.
Base is under attack. Additional supply depots required. Mineral field depleted. Additional supply depots required. Our SCVs are under attack. Additional supply. Our SCVs are under attack. Additional supply depots required. Your forces are under attack.
There's something in the way.
Base our SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs are under attack. Base is under attack. Your forces are under attack. Base is under attack. Your forces are under attack. Your forces are under attack. Not enough energy.
Well, I have no ravens, so you can't turn them into paperweights.
Your forces are under attack. Your forces are under attack. Add-on complete.
Big drop.
Base is under attack. Vespine Geyser exhausted. Vespine Geyser exhausted.
Boy.
Mineral field depleted.
Those are big EMP fails.
Command center upgrade complete. Your forces are under attack.
This vessel requires.
Base is under attack.
Not. I thought they were across the map still.
Command center upgrade complete. Not enough energy. Command center upgrade. Mineral field depleted.
Alright, no, this way. Did you just snipe SCVs?
Base is under attack.
I mean, he made way too many ghosts, so I guess if you have energy to spare, you might as well snipe SCVs. Can't snipe anything else. He could EMP his own ghosts, so that way he wouldn't be floating energy anymore. See, he dodged these by going right, which meant I could auto turret all this area here. Didn't know about this space. He's distance mining at this point. One change I should have made when I went on the offense. So he got down the space and he's just waiting for me to try to retake it. So I didn't know how much army he had here. I assumed most of it. So the only way to like get him to like give me some space is to go on the offense, which was the plan. Oh, he had that watchtower the whole time too. No wonder I ate it pretty hard over here. But the one thing I should have done is empty this bunker and attacked this marine so that I can take this base as I'm doing this, because that's the whole point of this attack. That was kind of a painful stim. Say the bunker was empty. I kind of thought these are all dead, so I just threw in all the energy I could. Or kills, I'll take it. And him having the watchtowers all game really sucked for me. Can't believe I actually had 3 auto turrets left there. I purposely tried to dry out those ravens, so I got lucky there as well. So I got them all home. Even this guy ended up back at home at some point. So we never did establish this extra base. And we lost a good amount of... Yeah, I feel like I should have lost the game here. Because this Raven thing should have failed. I should have lost all the Ravens. And I shouldn't have been able to retake this because I kind of botched that attack altogether. But we happened to get a lot of damage done. We happened to save 4 Ravens. Although this one might be committing suicide. And he hasn't taken a 4th yet, although he's got the command centers too. One thing we've been doing is picking up a lot of attacks. A lot of attack in general, a lot of Vikings as well. This probably is what's saving the Widowmine presence. On top of those watchtowers, and I wasn't. I should have been taking them with an SCV and a Widowmine. I think that's where he botched his EMPs because he didn't know how perspective worked. Is it here? Maybe it wasn't here. I knew I should have attacked this with SCVs. I was thinking about it at the time. It's like, I bet he pulled back his Marines. I bet these siege tanks are just left behind because they're sieged up. Now that he has no economy, he's spamming ghosts. Ghosts are so expensive. You kind of equate size with expense. Like battle cruisers and ultralists are expensive because they're huge, and Marines and Zerglings are cheap because they're small. But it's not always the case. Stormhosts are massive and super cheap. Ghosts are tiny and super expensive. Yeah, for being broke too, like, there's not a moment in time where I'm not hearing scans going off. Given every once in a while it's me, but he's wasting so many mules by scanning nonstop.
This isn't Brood War. You have options on how to spend the orbital energy. And one of them is 225 minerals, which is a pretty good option that you shouldn't overlook. It's a gamer drilling bots would have helped. So many times where I accidentally countered his army, had to mass burrow in front of him. Trying to bait out the ghost there, but he didn't have any. I think this is very whiffed. Because if you EMP the Raven, if you put an EMP right here, you're probably not going to hit it. And you're certainly not going to hit what's below it. Because the Raven's not actually here. The Raven is right there. You gotta hit these yellow dots. If you aim at like these top Ravens, like their model, you'll be lucky to even hit that unit, and definitely won't hit anything below it. I got 2 shots off. Totally worked. Yeah. To be fair, I wanted to expand to the south. You just didn't allow the option. So I'm like, alright. Always floating minerals like normal, so I gotta expand somewhere. I even had to move a Widow Mine that I had blocking one of his bases to make that my base. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh shit. I'm in trouble. My bot is throwing exceptions. Exception at 9 minutes. Exception at 9 minutes. And is having a bunch of losses. I think my last minute work. Can we get more mic output? Yes. I can do that. And let me... Sorry, max and knobs, but I think I can amplify it here. How about that? Is that better? Did it change at all?
a little louder. Wait, OBS has a amplify? Maybe that'd be better. Properties. Oh, nothing there. Advanced audio properties. How about that? Booyah. Okay, let's get rid of this. Remove selected effect. Okay. Now I assume I'm much quieter. And now we up the decibels here. I don't know. Does that sound good? Hmm? I have no idea. Still low? Filters greater than gain. I gotta hear more talking. Okay. In that case, seems like you're on the fence. So let's go a little higher. We'll go up to 8. Okay. Hopefully that works. Yeah, so this isn't good. Let's see what's happening in our bot crashing. The good news is I'm airing out at the 9-minute mark. And knowing my opponent, I may not make it to the 9-minute mark. Oh boy. 8:55. So let me load the replay. In the background, I'll take a look at the air log here. Or maybe it's the same air as before, right? And I just... Nope. That's not... That's a new air. What happens if I follow vision? Bots don't actually move the camera, so would vision even move? This one aired out in the Cyclone class. I'm not building Cyclones versus Dovahkiin. Tank Banshee worked fine. Yeah. Well, this is going to be a crapshoot how my bot performs this week. Alright, so where's the air? Is lock on cooldown? Is lock on cooldown? Cyclone 308. Oh, I changed this recently. Why wouldn't this work? Because return value of get blank object is null. So I'm passing the current cyclone. It would definitely exist. Looking it up in the map, seeing if it contains the ability. Well, we can make this null safe, let me think. Go back to the game. Get, that will return. Or null. Yeah, let's do a manual null check. But this shouldn't happen, so it's gotta be a... Forget null checking. Don't need to code that defensively. This is ability available. This should be exist for all my units. One step start. Yeah. So I definitely do it first. Let's see, maybe a cyclone dies on that exact game frame, but I think that's handled. No, not action errors. What am I looking for? Alright, error happens at 8:55. Almost there.
These are under attack.
I can't build here.
Our S
I did lose a cyclone on that frame. Of course, there's 20 frames to span the time of 8:55. Yeah, then I had the exception afterwards. So maybe I'm not removing dead cyclones? Let's go back to the cyclone class. The first thing I should do is see if it's dead and remove it. Update target position. Yeah. It's not the first thing I'm doing. I don't know why. Why am I doing this stuff first? Good news is this will just ruin the one game frame, but everything should be fine by the next game frame. Actually, no, that's not true. Because the cyclone would never get removed. It would just keep blowing up here. There's one game though that wasn't a cyclone game, and it still had an exception though. This one. Banshee game and it blew up at the 9-minute mark. At least my bot doesn't crash when I have an error. It might get really broken and stop doing things correctly, but I'll keep playing at least. Errors at the 9-minute mark. Ah. And this error is being thrown every frame as well. Index out of bounds. For the Overlord Hunter code. Uh-oh. This is code that could happen next week, as I'm playing Zerg. Alright, let's watch the game. So, Overlord Hunter 175. Oh, that was an easy fix. Eric's Landing. Oh man, that's rough. So if I float my barracks to go get an Overlord versus Dovahkiin next week, then my bot's gonna be completely effed as soon as my bot completes lands the barracks again. It won't do it with the Ghost build because I use my barracks in the Ghost build. But with the Banshee build...
Target acquired.
Yeah, there's like multiple bugs with that Banshee build. There's the one I fixed, which may or may not get in time because I submitted it 20 minutes late. And now there's this one. Of course, it'll only matter if Dovahkiin sends his Overlord across the map like this. I'm not sure if he does. Not sure why my Marines are back there either. Oh wait, this happened in 9 minutes. Why am I hunting Overlords with Marines at the 9-minute mark? Oh yeah, there's no... As long as I have Marines, I'll do it no matter what time in the game it is. I thought I had set to only be like an early game thing. So apparently in 9 minutes we're gonna go float our barracks and go hunting for an Overlord. That's like hiding out on position like this. Real micro doesn't work so well when I got detection. Wait, where is my barracks? Where'd it float to? What? Oh, maybe that's why the Marines are back here. Maybe they're trying to kill an overlord that's magically here, but not here. Oh boy. I don't think we're winning Probots this season. So it's creating this object wrong. Okay, so if I'm set up and I got Marines and barracks, then I get the closest overlord, and if it's present, then I grab my barracks, grab my closest barracks, and create a new overlord hunter object with that overlord and the barracks. I have no idea how this happened. When did those Marines go over there? Was there ever actually an overlord there? That's like my default retreat position. Okay, maybe unrelated. So my barracks certainly is not going after it. But it did lift off at some point. I think I definitely shouldn't be doing this barracks float thing once I have Vikings. I could add in that prerequisite. Right there, what happened? Did I spot this thing? Might be what happens. 806.
Base. Is under attack.
Then when I lift off my barracks, it immediately goes over here. So the timing made sense. Why is it floating? What is going on? So it'd be in the barracks spotting code. Well, not using with this with Hellback Ghost. And it's that same error again. I'm using the wrong list. There's a whole bunch of things I forgot to change. No, that's not true. That is the correct, but okay, this is right. Only with Hellback Ghost am I building add-ons on my barracks. Alright, so I grab the structure, create a new structure floater. And make that position available again. So I guess the structure floater is handling it. That's why it landed randomly too. In a previous replay, we saw my barracks land randomly afterwards. But so it's gonna, there's no on, it's gonna use the basic unit micro. So the detour, so it must not think it's safe and it's just fleeing. So what is this method doing? Is that overridden in structure floater? No. So it's just the threat to air map. Man, I don't understand what's going on. Yeah, it's only going to detour back if it's unsafe. Oh, but we did have an air being thrown every frame. This could be something to do with it. No, it was unrelated. So for some reason this barracks thinks it's under threat.
Under attack.
Like, everywhere is under threat at all times. My banshees don't feel that way.
SC2 base is under attack.
I can't build here.
Does the air ever stop? Doesn't look like it. Oh, it does. At some point it snaps out of it. For 3 minutes it's blowing up every game frame. Looks like it's fairly late in the game frame though, because my butt still looks somewhat normal.
Mineral field depleted.
No, it doesn't look very normal.
Mineral field depleted. Research complete.
Yeah, nothing's speed mining anymore. This isn't repairing. Planetary's not shooting this. This isn't doing anything. Nothing's producing. Yeah, this is super busted. But then it snaps out of it for some reason around 12 minutes.
Mineral field depleted. Base is under attack. SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs are under attack.
Yeah, it looks like it snapped out of it. Kinda.
This vessel requires
That did it. Now it snapped out of it.
Base is under attack. Our SCVs are under attack.
I doubt he's still here, but there's your message.
Base is under attack.
Oh boy. That one's a weird one. Well, if my threat to air map just made the entire map dangerous, I think my bot might act like that. So let's check out that threat to air. No. Or this one. Maybe I don't reset it. Maybe every Ravager Bile remains as a permanent. Now, even then. Nah, it gets reset every game frame. I don't know. But my bot is not doing well at the moment. We fixed the one bug. I guess I can upload that. So at least when I get more bugs in upcoming games, I'll know it's for the stuff I haven't fixed. I want to just load up a bot game and just see if my, getting some nukes going on or something like that. I wasn't expecting my bot to be going on a crash fest. I guess there's no rush in fixing these anyways. I'm well past the submission deadline now. I'm still confident I'm going to win this week. If everything goes to plan and my first build can just 2-0 Dovahkiin, then none of these bugs will ever come into play. But if I have to use my second build, I'm in trouble. Well, I guess in game 2 it's always going to use my second build, but as long as my first one wins game 1 and game 3. And then the other bugs will only show up if I go into the loser bracket. What am I doing here? Paste. We'll queue up a couple games. Yeah, maybe not. Did I hit save? What's going on here? There you go. So let's see, one bug is this structure floater. So we'll see that next week on my second build. Of course, it won't be relevant if I'm getting worker rush or something. And then the other problem was building 1,000,000 factories. And yeah, I'd probably have to get through Sharpened Edge and BenBot BC doing that, which could be problems if I end up going to the loser bracket. I don't mind going to the loser bracket because there's a good chance I'm going there anyways after next week, or after the following series. Because if I get through Dovahkiin, I'm up against -0, who is death for my bot. Where's the Unless Benbot beats -0. I guess anything's possible. He does like a bunker contain as well, which I know -0 has some issues with. Like, I assume he'll be ready for it because I've been bunker rushing him on the ladder for like months now. Because my bot just like picks the whatever build works, and that happens to be the one that works. So unless -0 is not updating his bot, I suspect he'll have something to respond to this with. But -0 does like adept harass, which is, well, he's like mass expanding behind it, and it's really hard to like not be losing workers. It's really hard to push out. And then his Phoenix like never die because he micros them correctly. And since they're a faster unit, it's really hard to ever even shoot them unless they choose to engage Vikings or something. And then there's always the Tempest follow-up, which is insanely powerful in the bot meta. But I can take him out of that entire game plan. If I contain him right off the start, which is the plan here. And then I make it a pretty hard contain. I haven't built a proxy factory. And now he's pretty boned. He does have a proxy pylon, I guess. That's something. He's actually putting up a good fight. The Cyclones are picking away at him a little bit, but he's got good micro against Cyclones at breaking the lock. And he's not like suiciding into this. He's actually trying to get Immortals and break out that way. Feels close. This barracks isn't scared of everything, and it uses the structure floater object. So maybe my bot thought there was an overlord on my mineral line or something. So I don't understand what that bug could be. Anyways, even if he broke out at this point, he's more or less dusted as I'm establishing a third and fourth base. Only up to 2 port Banshee at the moment, but
It's got to be close to my economy breaking out. I'm actually only on 41 workers. This is a pretty heavy investment. I have two versions of this. I have one that's like a light containment. And then I can transition really quickly. It's just like a bunker. And then this one's a more heavy containment. So this one has to hold for a really long time. Ideally for the entire game. He's thinking about it, Nexus. He's thinking about it. Its Immortal production stopped. It's going into double two gateway Phoenix. It's really easy to code things when things are going as you expect. But then stuff like this, like, you have to adjust everything when you're being contained. Or if you lose a bunch of stuff. That's why it's much easier to make an offensive bot than a reactive defensive bot. So many more scenarios you have to handle. I think I noticed another bug here. I haven't really looked at my TVP in a really long time. I think I dived the observer here. Since I'm going Cloak Banshee, I like to snipe observers whenever possible. I'm diving on it and I don't have any vision. I'm probably supposed to scan. Yeah. This Raven's kind of nearby. Yeah, but they're not going in on the dive.
What a mess. Start Viking Die versus Detector. Scan if needed to target cloaked observers. So if it goes on observer and oh. So if I'm diving an observer and the observer is currently detected, then I dive it. Otherwise I scan. So I bet the instant I set up my Vikings to dive, that it was probably a detected observer.
Add-on complete.
Yeah, right there, I can see it. Is that when I dive it? No, that one dies. Never mind.
Add-on complete.
Can't hold him alone.
No, it's not detected. It's right there, I can see it. It's trying to dive it. It's 11:30, right? 11:28. Might have missed it.
Add-on.
Can't hold him alone.
Maybe when it enters the fog of war, I can still see the fizzle, but I don't know whether it's cloaked or not. Might be something weird in the API like that. 11:20. Sure. Because my ravens are so far back. There's no missile turret here. It's definitely not getting detected.
Add-on complete.
Where is it right now? Oh, it hasn't popped out yet. My ravens really far back. Maybe they're not diving the observer. Maybe they're trying to kill this phoenix and they lose track of it. These things are so annoying to try to figure out what's going on. No, it's definitely after that observer. Oh, maybe not. It might have been going to where that Phoenix was last seen. So maybe it's unrelated to the observer dive code. Anyways.
Enemy contact.
Mayday! Mayday!
Anywho, this is how I beat -0 nowadays. It's how to contain them. Do observers still see cloaked burrowed while under the effective EMP? No. Well, EMP reveals cloaked units, is what I'm trying to say. I'm not quite sure if I understand your question. Do observers still see cloaked burrowed units? Yeah, if the observer's EMP'd, it will still detect, if that's what you're asking. I think even if it's like, well, you can't matrix a... Can you matrix an observer? I forgot what you can interference matrix. Any mech unit, right? So I think if you matrix it, it'll still detect. You can't stasis trap it. If you neural it, it'll detect for the Zerg player. Yeah, I think it'll still always detect the Banshee or Ghost. Yeah, you can only matrix psionic units, which are like spellcasters, or mechanical units, so like siege tanks. So I think almost everything in the Protoss repertoire is mechanical, except for like zealots and adepts. Even you can even matrix probes if you wanted to. But for Zerg, for instance, the only thing you can interference matrix are like infestors, queens, and vipers. Which is too bad. Interference matrix on like an Ultralisk could be so OP. If you matrix a carrier, all the interceptors go back inside the carrier. That's an interesting little thing. Otherwise, it wouldn't serve much purpose, I suppose. Does Matrix stop mining? Yeah, I think it would. Because you can't use any abilities when you have interference matrix on you.
or attack. And I think mining is like an ability. You know, it's on your tasks. It's on like the little bar at the bottom. It's something you click on. Like the position where auto turret is for Raven is the same position harvest is for an SCV. I guess SCVs are mechanical too. You could interference matrix them. I would think harvesting is an ability. I'm not quite 100% sure. Man, there's a lot of games with my bots having problems or having throwing exceptions. Wait, what? Versus worker rush. This will be an interesting replay. I think I tried to bunker. I'm going to guess that I tried to bunker rush -0. And he pulls so many probes to fight my bunker that my bot thinks he's getting worker rushed and activates his worker rush defense code. I'm trying to think of some BM you could do with Matrix. Did you see Morrow was playing in GSL the other day, and I can't remember who he's playing against. Some lesser known Terran. I think it was a TVT. No, it must have been Zerg because he had a ton of ghosts. But when he thought he was going to win the game, he basically EMP'd all of his own ghosts. Just as like a final BM to the opponent. It's like, I don't need this energy. Just EMP myself. Oh, I found my barracks. Doesn't look like my bot's giving up on this. Finish it! I like how the probes come out to like wiggle their butt in front of the bunker, not actually attack it. And then my bot finally gives up at that point. Oh, I do get worker rushed. Handle the workers well, no? I think it's the same problem again. I think tanks are in the build order for this bunker contained strong. And now it's trying to build tanks, but it doesn't have a tech lab. So it's just stuck. It's like, I won't do anything until I build a tank, and I can't build a tank because there's no tech lab factory anymore. It's just such a niche build. I don't really care if it breaks that much, though. But since I spotted it, let's see if I can fix it quickly. Bunker contain. Abandon proxy. Cancel all proxy construction in the purchase queue. Do I have a better way of doing this now? Didn't I create like a purchase.remove? Oh, this is removing based on the position. So anything I'm building not in my main base. Okay, that makes more sense. So we'll also need to cancel any siege tanks. Remove all units dot siege tank. Does this work for units? No, it doesn't. Guess I'll fix remove first to do the same thing. So unit and cast it to unit, and it's get type. All right, fixed.
Assuming that was even the problem. Let's see if there's actually tanks in the build order per bunker contained strong. There's not. Oh well. Barracks, bunker, orbital, double gas, refinery. Factory's not even here. Probably gets added later on. Probably in the bunker contain code. Yeah. It does get added in here. Okay. Whatever. I think I was dead anyways, right? When did that factory finish? There's no way I hold this push. Two stalkers, third on the way. I guess he kind of turns into a 4-gate all-in. Well, 3-gate all-in. So with this build, I think I'd be starting a starport and then getting a Banshee. And then even if I do get the Banshee out, Banshee's not going to do well without Cloak versus Stalkers. So if I do get to play -0, I got to make sure I hide my barracks well. Because he reacts by throwing down 2 extra gateways and harassing the heck out of this and not letting the bunker get up. Yeah, that's why, like, between Probot seasons, I'm not really adding features to this bot. Whenever I'm working on it, I'm trying to clean up code, you know, make things more generic and simple to use. Right now, my bot has too much of, like, 10 different things can affect the same, like, set of, like, I'm trying to do a certain process and 10 different pieces of code could affect it. And if I change one, then it might affect the other 9. I need to, like, keep things very separated and modularized, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Because when I first started making this bot, I had no plan. It was just, all right, let's build a supply depot, and then I build a barracks. And then, like, I just jumping in, just coding structures being built without any thought of how I'd even design this thing. And now that this thing's a monster, it shows that I built it with no design. But one piece at a time. Like right now, I reworked all the worker stuff, and now that's like perfect. Never have to worry about SCVs again. You know, they'll speed mine correctly, they'll saturate bases correctly, they'll go to the right gas geysers. Whenever I need a worker, I just say, give me a worker, and it'll figure out where I should pull it from, and it'll fix things if it's wrong. So now there's just, whereas before I'd have like many different sets of code working with workers in different places. Like this one's for like repairing, and this one's for like tracking it as it's building a structure, and this one's selling it to mine, and this one's selling it to do something else. So I'm kind of like writing a brand new bot and then just kind of piece by piece plugging it into this old one, rather than starting the whole thing from scratch again and throwing this away.
And unfortunately, whenever I'm fixing bugs, it's always the old ugly code, which makes sense, I guess, where the problems are. The code I don't want to touch is always the code I have to touch. That's true. I made fun of that opponent I played today for using snipe to snipe my workers. But I think my bot will actually snipe enemy workers sometimes. Well, Yadahan's talking as if Dovahkiin's gonna lose. But I've seen this before. It's to lull you into a sense of false security. In fact, last season he was talking about how his bot was going to lose every round, and he ended up making the final four. I think I'm done playing. If you're sticking around waiting for me to jump into another game. That bunker contains also my go-to way to beat Micro Machine. Although when I play Micro Machine straight up, it's pretty close. So if I switch to Tank Viking. So this is when I play Macro versus Micro Machine. You see it's a nice mix of wins and losses. 3 wins, 1 loss, 5 wins, 1 loss, win, loss, win, loss. It's actually more wins than losses now, it appears. Although here's a whole bunch of losses. Like 9 out of 11. It's about 50-50. I find if I get behind versus Micro Machine, I often stay behind. I keep fighting to try to get air control back, but while I'm trying to get air control back, I'm losing everything and losing my Vikings, so I never get the economy together to actually get a ground force again. We met in the finals of the SC2 AI tournament in January, and Micro Machine was about to close out the series. He just needed one more win, and he got really far ahead again. So I was in a spot where my bot really couldn't come back, but my bot hung on long enough for Micro Machine to break. Because if your APM gets too high in this game, the Blizzard API kind of just blows up. And yeah, Micro Machine was fighting so hard to finish the game that he got to like 120,000 APM or something insane like that. And then he started to it started to break Once the APM gets that high, it's hard to know what activates it, but once it starts screwing up, it's almost like it does actions in random order. So your units will all just start going all over the place and like kind of doing what they're supposed to do, but not really. There's something about Blackburn that makes my bot extremely powerful. I think it's because my bot... It's because it's like a one-channel attack. It kind of... all fighting goes through this lane. Whereas when it's like diagonal spawns, it can like... There's fights can happen in so many different places and your army can get pulled apart. And I don't think my bot does very well in those situations. But when all my units get to fight together, I find it just goes so much better for me. Which is weird because my bot doesn't even have a concept of an army. It's like a whole bunch of units doing whatever they want independently. But for some reason they just do really well when they're together. There's some concepts of army, like my Vikings will try to support the tanks. Like when I'm doing a tank push, my Vikings won't ever get too far away from tanks. But it's only like very specific hard-coded things like that. It's kind of like when I have 25 ravens versus one Thor. My ravens are all afraid of the Thor. Because each raven is living in their own bubble. It's like, I'm a raven and I should stay away from a Thor. And all 25 of them think that. Instead of having the concept of an army saying, hey, there's 25 of us, let's go crush this guy. This could be interesting too. Looks like this Banshee's taking the long way around the map. So by the time he arrives, maybe I'll have a second Banshee going this way. It would be cool to time two Banshees seeing his bases at the same time. But it doesn't appear like my bot's building another Banshee. By getting Vikings and Ravens just in case. Kills, not too bad. I guess this map having a ramp helps as well, because my opponent doesn't really understand that he's about to walk into death. He can't see it until the last moment. Machine, I believe, is still in the top 5. I think he's even ahead of my bot at the moment. But there was a time where he was untouchable. He was first place and so far ahead of second place that when it came to tournament time, it was like job number 1 was, can you make a build that beats Micro Machine? And then winning the tournament was like an afterthought. It didn't matter who you're playing. At some point, you gotta beat Micro Machine. So it's kind of like everyone against the one untouchable bot. Having that air control where I can give the tanks the extra vision, win the tank battles. As long as I have my tanks, I can keep the cyclones at bay. But sometimes I lose the air battle, and then I lose my tanks. And then I try to get the air back, but then these cyclones just start wrecking all my Vikings, and I don't have the siege tanks to keep the Vikings, or keep the cyclones at bay. It just compound and get worse and worse. I'm trying to inch my tanks forward into his tank range when he doesn't have vision, but he accidentally scans my tanks to shoot back. I think he's scanning my cloaked banshees. Yeah, so that's where I move these tanks into range of this, and then I hit the scan so that I can see it and shoot back. Yeah, we definitely don't get spread out that much on this map, though. Normally we'd be like... With bots is weird, you don't even have like an army to look at, because there's just like little engagements going on everywhere. On this map, it just all seems to flood down to one corridor. Because even if I tell my bot to attack this base, or to attack this base, they're still going to end up pathing this way. Unless you specifically get your bot to take out these rocks. Everything still paths to the middle. Yeah, even with my tanks, those cyclones are beating up my Vikings pretty good. I got air control back. I'll allow my banshees to maybe get on top of his tanks. Maybe even kill off some cyclones, because I do have banshee speed by now. No, I don't have banshee speed. Maybe I do? Yeah, I do have it. Yeah, so banshees are actually faster than cyclones once you get the speed upgrade. So you can chase them down and get some shots, especially if you can corner them. I think that fix to my auto turreting code is likely what's helped my win rate versus Micro Machine. These random auto turrets are actually doing a good job of keeping the cyclones back, even when I don't have the tank support I need. I do have an extra mining base too. This is going to be relevant at some point. Machine down to 4 patches, 2 patches here. Oh, he does the speed mining. Very nice. I guess that's another advantage versus Micro Machine on this map. He only has 1 base he can do the speed mining on, Because the gas guys just need to be next to each other for this to work. Oh, it looks like it's actually broken. Looks like there's always one SCV inside. Yeah, it's not working right, I don't think. I also notice Micro Machines Vikings aren't that, they don't respect the auto turrets that much. Sometimes they stay back, but other times they'll go in and just eat the auto turret damage. Like here, trying to fight back, they're getting hammered. So that's another reason the fix to this auto turret encode probably helped a lot. Zone out the Cyclones and grab some Viking kills. Also, my Raven count's getting up to 18 Ravens. So the slow transition to my Raven endgame is starting to get really dangerous. Like, it's not just an auto turret here and there anymore, it's almost constant auto turrets being placed. And it really denies the ability for these Marines to jump on my tanks, which they're typically good at, but not so much this game. Got a Hellion up there. I was actually expecting to see a lot of micro mistakes. I was hoping to like catch one and see if I could find the issue in the code, but it's looking pretty crisp. Kind of happy with when my Vikings engage and when they retreat. Ravens take some hits as they dive forward to put down the auto turrets, but that's kind of by design. These tanks are very hesitant in moving forward, which is typically a good thing. Micro Machines almost broke. Still have 5 tanks apparently. Where are they all? Wait a minute. I got stuck.
Oh. Yeah, I kind of map things in a way like this. So there's always 2x2 laneways, and then there's always 2x2 laneways at the bottom. But then some structure placement still doesn't go through this system. Like my missile turrets, for instance. So this left a 2x2 spot here, then all of a sudden this base is like, but this is where my missile turret goes at this space. So I think when I build these, I consider, like when I create these positions at the start of the game, I consider the fact that they shouldn't overlap where a command center goes. But I should also probably consider the missile turret positions as well. Make sure they don't overlap that. And then I have separate old code for throwing down macro orbitals. So you can see some are part of the system, and then some of them are just scattered, and they just leave one gap. This I don't understand at all. That should not be possible. Anyways, yeah, the siege tank's trapped because this right here is a wall. They might be able to get through here, but it doesn't lead anywhere. And they definitely can't get through here. If they could go behind here, then they may still get stuck because they can't get by this missile turret. I guess they can go out this way. Yeah, they'd be able to find a path. Yeah, but those siege tanks are definitely walled in there. So I got 4 tanks doing nothing. Luckily, I have enough auto turrets now to keep the Cyclones at bay, even though there's only 1 siege tank on the offense. Yeah, without the extra tanks, I don't think we're going to be able to push in on them very well. This could just probably be a slow bleed to death. Yeah, we helped to mine out these final 2 bases. Scanned everywhere, couldn't find anywhere to call down mules. Now I'm muling over here. I think I might try to mule this base, but the mules aren't going to go anywhere. There's nothing in my bot that identifies this base as being unreachable and identifying that killing rocks can make it reachable. Anything train related is difficult, but this would be very difficult to do generically. Is this before I animated it? Must be an old game. This is weird. Why? Why is the siege tank not moving forward? Why are the ravens not engaging?
Oh, now it's up to 8. Do I still have hard-coded positions, maybe? Why? I don't see how this would be possible. I always leave gaps. Even my old code leaves gaps, so maybe this is hard-coded positions. Let's go take a look at, what is this, Blackburn? No, I removed them all. They're all being generated now. Maybe this one was pre-calculated because it's part of the lane. And this one was placed down first and just make sure that there was 2 gap. Yeah, there's probably 2 conflicting pieces of code that just happened to fit together like a puzzle piece. Yeah, this looks part of the lane and this looks part of the lane because there's 2 gap here. And then this is from the old code that did, same code that did this. Wish my bot did some more nuke games. Those are the games I really want to see right now, but let's check the one versus County Nana. Poor Kinda Nana had to play my bot in round 1 and then Micro Machine in round 2. To face Micro Machine in the first lower bracket is just unfair. Micro Machine should not be in the lower bracket, in the losers bracket immediately. The newest random strip club dancer on Twitch. When that Twitch streamer did that rant that went, you know, viral for the wrong reasons, where he was complaining about all the whores on Twitch, it went like, you know, the mainstream, or the, well, not the mainstream media, but the media picked it up because they thought he was like some woman hating guy who doesn't want women on Twitch. But I think he used the word whores for a very particular reason. I don't think he has an issue with female gamers on Twitch. He had an issue with all the cam girls coming to Twitch and pretending to play games. Because for a while there wasn't even a just chatting section. You had to pretend to be a gamer. And then show all your cleavage and stuff. Ones. The weird thing about this build is you almost want like 80% of your production to be Hellbats. Because the ghosts will rarely die when you have Hellbats, so you don't really need to make many ghosts for the most part. You just need to always be replenishing the Hellbats. Because as I say that, I had 2 straight fights where I lost all my ghosts. This bot, Kaninana, is ridiculously good for how fast he built this thing. Usually it takes people like months to even get a bot on the ladder, and then it'll just suck forever. And if they stick with it, maybe a year later it becomes competitive. But Kaninana is like 3 months in, and this bot plays like solid macro games. There's not like gigantic holes in his game. It expands, it spreads creep, it injects, it builds army, it spends its money. Even got a little burrow micro there for when his roaches get low. It's a favorite of many bot authors. Do you know that a burrowed roach repairs faster than a medevac can repair a unit? It's really fast regen on those things. Oh, this must be a nuke. Ghost. A nuking ghost. Poor guy got trapped. Yeah, I got nuke researched. It's kind of unfair because bots can see cloaked units. Like they never not see the fizzle. I guess his worker count's a little bit low for this sort of playstyle. I think if he had like the space saturated, especially since he's down to 4 patches here. Although saturation's perfect. No speed binding, but exactly 16 of 16 doubled up on every patch. Yeah, I think this new code is only going to work against bots until they decide to they start paying attention to cloak ghosts. Like, it's gonna be very easy for bots to never get nuked. Honestly, with Roach Ravager, you don't even need to detect them. You could just use 2 vials. Have another nuke ready. Just need to find a ghost that has 85 energy, and then it'll become the nuke ghost. They got spotted by an overseer, so I think he gave up. Ah, there's one finally. Nice. Medevacs are looking better now too. Up until about yesterday or the day before, I noticed my bot was making way too many medevacs. So I think we cleared up that bug. It is kind of cool though when every unit has a personal healer. Like 20 ghosts and 20 medevacs. It actually makes your ghost pretty darn strong. I wonder if I should work Blue Flame into this build. I feel like we're already really good against light units with Hellbats and Ghosts. But 2-shotting Zerglings would be pretty good. Actually, I was getting all the armor first because, you know, these are tanking units. The DPS comes from Ghosts. But 18 means that once Zerglings get 1 armor, I can't 2-shot them anymore. So maybe I should be prioritizing +1 on the Hellbats. It's basically like a 50% damage increase. I think the Kane's Zerglings at least. From a 3 hit to a 2 hit. Yeah, I never even get to... Never even get the attack upgrades. Really? I never get the attack upgrades? Thought I would. Nope, just mech armor. Oh, that's why. I'm building mech attack upgrades from the engineering bay. Whoops. Okay, so it'll get +3, then we'll get +1 attack. Oh. I had a setup where I got +2 armor, then +1 attack, and then armor, weapons, armor, weapons. Armor, air weapons, vehicle 3. I guess technically this build will end up making Vikings versus certain air units, but I'm okay skipping the air upgrades, especially since they only have 1 armory. How much does a Hellbat get from +1 attack? I guess +1 attack good enough to 2-shot a like a +3 armor Zergling? Also, how much would Blue Flame actually help versus Zerglings? Hellbat's got an additional 12 damage. So they go from 18 to 30. No, you'd never be able to one-shot a Zergling. Well, this is Zergling, 35 hit points, right? $35 hit points and 0 armor, I assume.
if any unit's going to have 0 armor, yeah. So every upgrade gives +2 damage. And an additional +1 versus light. Yeah, so a +1 Zergling will take 3 shots to kill. But if I get +1 on my Hellbat, that means I'm doing 21 damage. So versus a +2 armor Zergling, it's still a 2-shot. Versus a +3 armor Zergling, it would be back to a 3-shot again. No, it would be a 2-shot. 21 reduced by 3. It's 18 times 2 is 36. Yeah, so if I get +1 on my Hellbat, no matter what, I can 2-shot a Zergling. Without +1, I can only 2-shot a no armor Zergling. But I assume we can 1-shot a Zergling with proper upgrades in Blue Flame. Alright, so with Blue Flame it's 30. And every upgrade adds 4. So +1 would be 34, +2 would be 38. Yeah, so +2 and Blue Flame means no matter what, we can 1-shot a Zergling. Yeah, so I think it's important to get either +1 Hellbats or +2 with Blue Flame. Of course, with Blue Flame, I need to get a Tech Lab factory and everything. Yeah, screw it. Let's get +1 attack. The faster the Zerglings go down, I guess it doesn't matter how fast they go down, but the longer my Hellbats stay alive, and they will stay alive longer if they're killing the Zerglings quickly, the better my Ghosts will end up doing. A Ghost also does 22 damage. So if a Ghost shoots a Zergling, then it's always a 1-shot from a Hellbat. I think a Ghost does 22 damage. $20 damage. Yeah, same difference. So Ghost will always 2-shot a Zergling, or 1-shot from a Ghost, 1-shot from a Hellbat, 1-shot to Zergling. Okay, let's get +1 on our Hellbats. Can't remember the list of syntax. Okay. So for the armory, we'll start with vehicle weapons 1, then vehicle armor level 1, 2, and 3. And then vehicle weapons 2 and 3. Weapons 1, armor 2. The armor is nice as well, not just because they're tanking units, but it also helps the medevacs, I suppose. I made it so my medevacs are willing to stand under like hydras and stuff. They won't actually flee until they start getting attacked by the enemy. Because otherwise they're constantly like moving away and never actually healing. So I'm like, screw it, just let them heal. If they take damage, then we'll move them. But they will, at least when they take damage, they'll instantly boost away. So they're pretty good staying alive. I wonder if it's worth getting like +1 armor on my ghost before I get +3 attack. Because +3 is so expensive and takes so long to build compared to +1. Goddamn hair in my mouth, can't find it. Is there anything important about the ghosts when I upgrade them? They do 20 damage and they get +2 for every upgrade. So they'll get up to 26 versus light. I don't think that's important for any reason. In fact, okay, if we're thinking about it, I know they're rarely taking damage because they're in the back, but is having them do like 11 damage versus a roach instead of 10 that big of a deal? Because no matter what, they're going to two-shot Zerglings, no matter what upgrades the Zerglings or the ghosts have. So really, it's the damage versus armored units. I mean, I guess versus Hydras, it could be important. Not versus Zerglings, not really versus Roaches or Ravagers. I guess every bit does add up, right? That is a 10% damage boost, at least. If it's against armor, it's more than that. And a lot of Roaches do die from auto attacks from ghosts. I think the attack's probably still important, more important than the armor. Do ghosts start with any armor? No, they start with 0. How does a unit that costs 300 resources start with 0 armor? Maybe I don't upgrade the ghosts at all. That's another option. I think of bio upgrades being important when you're making a bunch of bio units, but there's not that many ghosts and they don't get stim. Like over the course of the game, these upgrades actually help. But man, you can probably spike your power a lot at the start if you just get an extra ghost instead of an upgrade. 7 ghosts instead of 6 with +1.
It's not just the extra unit, it's the extra energy. It would also allow me to get structure upgrades, which I guess could be important with this build. Yeah, Zerg unit regen isn't that important. You basically just add +1 to whatever their health is. Because they do instantly regenerate the first hit point. But typically if a Zerg unit's in a fight, it's going to fight until it dies. It's not going to get much regen time. My units should be focus firing when they're kiting. If a ghost sees 2 Zerglings within range of it and one of them is 1 shot away from death and the other one's full health, it should shoot the one that's 1 away from death. It could be a lot of the time there's not options. So, like this Zergling's the weakest, so it should shoot that. Then it'll probably shoot this roach, because this roach is in the yellow. But I think it's going to die before it gets to. The other consideration is the armor. You know, basically the armor makes every hit point on the ghost a little bit more important, like more sturdy. So, and ghosts don't really have 100 hit points because they're getting healed all the time. So ghosts could end up having like 150 hit points or 200 hit points. You know, if each one of those hit points is a little more sturdy because of the armor. Like the healing makes the armor upgrade more important. Still not probably important enough to actually get. These Zerglings don't have any upgrades, so they die to 2 shots. Yeah, that might actually be making a big difference versus like Zoe and Eris. I bet I'm facing Zerglings that are upgraded. Because ground carapace is shared between all ground units, right? So even if he's not getting the melee upgrades, he's definitely getting the melee armor. This poor ghost. You know what I should do as well is, like I was talking about how, like, my ghost will select the best target to shoot. But if there's a target that's under 170 hit points and is currently getting sniped, then I probably shouldn't ever consider auto-attacking it, because it's going to die anyways. That could be hard to do and have good performance on it. Yeah, I decided to just get +1 so I can two-shot the queens, but just because that's simple to do. It's just changing the priority of what I get from the armory. Because right now I just build a 2 or is it 3 factories? I think 3 factories with reactors. So maybe to get Blue Flame, I'd have to change the way I build factories. At some point, I'll have to get a tech lab. Those are really always hard decisions to make, right? It's like really weaken yourself in the short term to make yourself stronger throughout the entirety of the game. But sometimes the short term is way more important than the entirety of the game. Maybe I just only ever get the 2 factories. I could do something like when I max out. So when I max out, I kind of just add on a bunch of production. But that would be a super safe time to get another Tech Lab factory and then grab Blue Flame. It may not be the best time to do it because it's really late in the game, and if it ends up being really important, then it delayed it for a long time for no reason. Are you going to be smart enough to run away? Good. I should probably have a whole list of things to do when I max out and start banking resources like this. Adding production, obscure upgrades that, you know, aren't important in the heat of the battle, but now that I have left out like extra resources, I might as well get them. Macro orbitals, random planetaries. Dumping SCVs. However I would do it with Blue Flame, though, I should make sure to try to time it with the +2 upgrade of the armory. Because I think with +1... with only +1 in Blue Flame. Let me try to remember. With Blue Flame and +1, I'd be doing 33 damage. 34 damage. Yeah, so Blue Flame and +1 is pointless versus Zerglings. The Blue Flame doesn't add anything. But with +2 in Blue Flame, I'm doing 38 damage which is enough to one-shot a Zergling no matter how many armor upgrades the Zergling has. So yeah, Blue Flame is kind of junk unless you also have +2. It would just help a little bit versus Hydras and stuff, I guess. And drones, maybe. With +3 attack and Blue Flame, you can one-shot drones. But typically if I'm on top of a drone line with my Hellbats, then I probably already won. There's usually positions like this where I get on top of drones with Hellbats. Yeah, that's one thing Kanyan is missing in his bot. He doesn't get upgrades. So he's just getting progressively weaker and weaker against my composition. And 3-0 and 0-3 versus 0-0. I think SCV armor upgrade should take the higher of the two between vehicle armor and bio armor. It's kind of like this subtle nerf to mech players. It's like if you play bio, you get +3 armor SCVs, but if you play mech, then your SCVs are 0 armor. You don't think about stuff like that, but it does make a difference. I guess this is pretty useful too. I am constantly morphing Hellbats into Hellions to deal with random Zerglings around the map, and then morphing it back into Hellbats. I do have Hellion Harass in my bot as well. That's something I could consider with this build. Like right now when I'm done with my Hellion, killing off random Zerglings, I just turn it back into a Hellbat. But if I leave it as a Hellion, like one will stay with my army, and then extra ones will start going either clockwise or counterclockwise around the map. And then if they find a base, they'll go after the drones. One Hellion fighting against drones, especially if he has a spine or a queen there, doesn't do much, but it's still something. Every once in a while you find an unprotected base and just shred it. Or you pull like a few of his units over to deal with the Hellion, and it just makes your army a little bit stronger in the main fight. But with this build, the more Hellbats the better. Once the Hellbats go down, then the ghosts become vulnerable. The other thing is I'm really happy with how my medevacs are working as healers, but nothing about actually picking up or dropping units has been built into this bot. I could try to do like hot pickups to save units that are dying. I could actually try to do drops. Which would be difficult because it would probably require coordination. But it doesn't have to. Medevacs can just like do stuff based on their cargo, and my units can independently get inside the medevacs. So I don't have to like have my drop function as a group. Yeah, I'm not sure what's next for this build. I guess make it less gimmicky as well. Obviously, opening the game with a whole bunch of ghosts is... I don't think you'll hear any pro players saying that's a good idea. So maybe make this build a little less gimmicky. Oh boy. Well, I think it's time to sleep. It's been almost a 12-hour stream. It's always a bot where nuking is definitely a not a good thing for me. In the replays I have watched versus Zoe, Zoe just tracks it down with Ravagers and drops a bunch of biles on my ghost. Doesn't even need detection. I didn't know Chaos Bot did nukes. He nuked me at 6:45. Huh. I knew any bot did nukes. Yeah, Ruff does do the cool thing with ghost openers. A lot of important decisions with his ghost openers, though. I don't think it'd be something very difficult to mimic with a bot. Like the position he kind of takes with the ghosts, and where he can snipe off the queens and like quickly jump from high ground to low ground, from the third to the natural. But yeah, it's well thought out, and it's a cool build. I haven't thought about it too much, but when I saw it played, it just kind of made sense to me. Like he sends his first ghost across the map right away, just to like catch the opponent off guard and get like a queen kill, maybe an overlord kill. And then he heads back home before the flood of Zerglings comes. Or the flood and speed upgrade comes. And then he moves out again, but this time he goes 3 or 4 ghosts and with a medevac. So now he has the safety and the mobility of the medevac. And you can get a whole bunch more damage done. And then the whole time at home, he immediately walls off the natural at the start of the game and gets a siege tank, which defends him against like 90% of the counterattacks that people might do versus ghost play. Because if you're building a bunch of ghosts at the start of the game, you must think your opponent's crazy vulnerable, and you are. But a wall in the tank's pretty good. And then the wall in the tank also allows him to take an expansion behind it. Some rough builds only work because the opponent has no clue what he's doing. Because who knows what to do against rough builds? But I think the ghost one is like super legit. Chaos Bot lives up to his name. There is nothing like crisp about this bot and the way it plays. But there's nothing this bot won't do. You know, it'll build production all over the map. It'll just expand randomly. It'll like, I saw it like BC rush, and then it built a bunch of barracks and then floated the barracks into my main and tried to marine rush me from my home main base. Like PF rushing me at the same time. It's insanity. I feel like caster should cast his gains more. Not for the high quality. He's basically the Florenzio of the bot world. He's not going to win any GSLs, but he'll make some epic games. It's an interesting way to block an expansion. I bet you can still slip it in there while it's doing that circle. When did I say he nukes me soon, right? I don't know, it's just something funny about that. Wait. My brain cannot make sense of what's going on there. Okay, we got the factory bug again. But and this replay is from, okay, it's not from that long ago, from March. March 30th. Where's his ghost? So that's his ghost there. I got ravens, so he's just detected. Like, not only is he trying to build a bunker in my mineral line, but he's trying to build a bunker in my mineral line while he's nuking the mineral line. Only Chaos Bot. My ravens would try to matrix the ghost, but they don't have the energy. And I think my workers should be smart enough to run away. Man, that's not our ghost. How did these things even get in here? Oh, he had a medevac. Okay, so he dropped ghosts in my main base. Sick.
Never say die.
Did he nuke me again? That was very rough, like early game ghost drop. Not executed at rough level, but seems rough inspired. I think he just tried to expand over here. This is actually kind of an interesting concept. Kind of expanding near your opponent and building a planetary. This can soak up a lot of attention from at least from a bot opponent. I think if you do this, almost no bot would ever consider, you know, this attacking across the map. They'd probably put all their attention here. It's almost like a Planetary Fortress Rush, except it's like a soft contain almost. Just because I think most bots would be dumb enough to like constantly fight into this, including my own. Although my auto turrets are wrecking his SCV line. Playing Mass Raven. Oh, it actually fit in there. We've been building command centers beside each other all game. I guess he's not going to nuke again, though. He built a nuke. But he doesn't have a ghost. He does have a ghost. He's building another ghost. I did fix this bug, right? I can't even remember anymore. Yeah, I did. But it's not fixed for Probots. Come on, use the ghosts. What's he waiting for? He's probably trying to expand to my main base or something with these SCVs. It's one thing I've never done so far is control how many auto turrets I throw down. So there I threw down 7 auto turrets to kill a single marine. Probably should do that. I should probably concentrate my effort on my Mass Raven build, given who I am. Wait. Shouldn't it show the nuke when I click on the Ghost Academy? That's interesting. When I highlight this, it creates like a nuke circle. Oh, there it is. I was looking over here. I'm dumb. I kind of like his Cyclone play. I was able to lock onto the planetaries but stay outside the range of them. I wonder if Cyclone Harass could be a thing. Just kind of pick things off one at a time, force them to send army over. Don't think he's gonna nuke again. The other thing about Chaos Bot is like, it seems like at any point in time his units are being controlled differently. You look at other bots and like, at any point in time almost every unit they have is controlled in a very similar fashion to every other unit throughout the entirety of the game. But these ghosts might be like attacking sometimes and idle other times, and then maybe they get in a medevac and drop into the main base at another time. There's nothing generic about the control of Chaos Bot. No! You were the chosen ones. A nuke with no home. I think if you blow up the enemy Ghost Academy while it has a nuke inside, it should create a nuclear explosion. Which you think would be bad because it would blow up Chaos Bot's base, but it could also surprise the opponent. It's like, oh no, you just blew up a canister with a nuke in it. Now you lose your whole army. And planetaries suck at killing mules. Repair. Yeah, I gotta turn off this old code that creates macro orbitals. It's just going to create more blocks for my siege tanks. This map, it looks lucky. It looks like it didn't create any issues. Enemy over like nuke shadows. Yeah, why not? No, you're ruining it. Our factory farm's doing pretty good. Not as many as that previous game, but 18's not bad. I surrender voluntarily under social pressure. Oh boy. Why didn't I turn the stream off like 4 hours ago? Let's call it there. If there's anyone left on the stream, we'll find someone to host.
The scariest moment of my existence, being trapped inside of that wave.
New World
Fire.
being promoted. That's weird.
It was like a washing machine
And being promoted here.
of extreme heat. I was inside of that thing for 3 days straight, tossing and turning.
Doo-doo. The Big Caesar. I wonder if I played this guy before.
Fortunate. Didn't realize I was rallying that across the map.
You gonna give me orders? This better be good.
Went to go punch a hole and couldn't get it plugged.
Team game's kind of boring though. That's not Elden Ring. Or maybe it is. I don't know. Let's start at the bottom. Who do we got down here? Some Russian streamers, Chinese streamers. There's actually quite a few people streaming at the moment. Talking about the future of global energy and agriculture. Kind of wanted to insult that, but now I'm kind of interested. Alright, sure, looks good to me. Did we make it to 12? Awesome. Based on my energy level, I'm pretty sure I should cut myself off at like 6 hours. This has been rough. Near the end. What am I doing? Where's the chat? Boom. All right. Have a good time in sitting in Samadhi's stream. All right. Good night. I'm going to sleep.